Looks like Crimson's going to be rolling with a warrior, a mage, and a cleric. He's got Ryan, aka Ragnar, as his warrior. As we mentioned earlier, the starting equipment generation is a little bit different for Famicom versus the NES version of this game. Where the Famicom version, you're just given a fixed set of equipment by the king and items. Let's say traveler's clothes, a couple clubs, a stick, 50 gold. Compared to the NES version, where Scarlet Shadow was able to recruit a couple extra NPCs and steal their equipment to sell. I'm not really sure if right now if Scarlet Shadow is attempting to find some bomb crags, or if he's just trying to make progress on the map. Bomb crags are like a common grind strat, but if you're doing single segment, then I don't really know how you keep up with like, revival while trying to get bomb crags.
He's definitely walking over to where the bomb crags are, and he picked up a poison needle too, so I'm sure that's the intention. I'm
assuming so.
Curious how long the safety gold lasts if you get bopped too much. Because basically, if you keep going east of this town and go up against the river, you'll find the monster encounter zone that's intended for the world tree, but it overlaps like 3 tiles over here. So you can find the bomb crag enemy, which is mostly harmless until it drops under 25% HP, at which point it casts sacrifice and explodes and kills your whole team. But they've got 500 HP, and we've got the poison needle, which can poke for 1 damage at a time, or there's a chance that it instantly kills. So it's extremely unlikely that you will knock a bomb crag under 25% of its HP. You'd have to... Maybe if it spawned with the minimum amount, which would be 375, and then you'd have to poke it 250 times without the needle working.
Yeah. Also, I guess since Scarlet's playing on the English version and all of his characters are level 3, right? Like, that's pretty inexpensive. He could just... If he runs out of safety gold, he could just, worst case, make more characters for more safety gold.
Yeah.
I mean, it's only 30 gold to revive his entire party at this point, so...
So you can see there, he parries 3 times, then backs up and runs away, so that if he fails, he only takes half damage. That's actually pretty lousy that his wizard only has 8 max HP. It happens though, I think the wizard starts with between 6 and 10 max HP, and it's perfectly likely that when they level up at the low levels that they gain 0.
Did you talk about how HP and MP level ups work?
No, so like basically when you gain vitality or intelligence in this game, then you'll gain HP or MP respectively, but the amount you gain is double the corresponding stat and then plus or minus 2. So if you gain like 1 vitality, then there's still a chance that you might gain 0 HP if you roll that minus 2. So later on when I'm looking at level ups, I may comment on like plus 2 or minus 2 HP gains, and that's what I'm talking about, like versus double the vitality they gained. They gained somewhere between minus 2 and plus 2 HP.
Yeah, it's sort of interesting how in this game vitality seeds are a trap.
Yeah.
Using a vitality seed causes your next level up to gain less vitality and therefore gain less hit points. Whereas in like the remakes of the game, vitality seeds actually like you catch up on that XP that you're off by, but if you use an HP seed, you kind of lose the benefit over time because it all averages out to your vitality anyway. So, sort of interesting how like one of them works in one way, and then in the remake it kind of works in the opposite way between those two seeds.
Yeah. And so you made it to the zone with the World Tree encounters. The Elysium birds usually just cast Heal Us and leave, but the Hags and the Executioners are not what you want to see. You can't even take this fight with one Avenger. Very luckily it hit Hero. Yeah. Iffy. Well, okay. As Hero's the only one with return, you must not have any wings, so you just went for the wipe there. Probably gonna have to sell some armor to recover from that one. I imagine he's deliberately not getting his characters over level 3 to keep them 10 gold to revive.
Yeah, that's my guess also. Because they'll still gain like 4 levels off of a bomb crag fight or something. If he gets like a 4 times bomb crag.
Yeah.
They'll get to at least 6. I think they'll probably get to 7.
I think you usually hit 7 to 8 with 4 bomb crags.
Yeah. Good XP and good money, although he's spending a lot of money doing the revival stuff, so the money is probably not the most important part of it.
Yeah. All the money he has right now is kind of expendable though, as long as he's able to eventually survive the pyramid. But you don't want to give up too much of your armor. Meanwhile, Crimson is in the underground of the Thief Key Tower. Looks like he's going over here for something. I think this takes you to the cave that's like the other entrance to this tower. There's only like 2 treasure chests in there. I think one's either leather shield or something similar. The other might be an herb or gold. This chest that's a couple squares away from him is a leather shield, then I understand grabbing it. Remember back in the day before the whole game got manipulated, we kind of worked on manipulating bomb crags. We didn't quite understand how RNG manipulations worked in like 2014-15. But, you know, understood that if we reset and did something different, that you'd get a different result. But then, if we made it all the way into the bomb crag fight, then it became a question of trying to manipulate the outcomes. This fight works. The bird will run away, but we'll get good XP and gold from the 3 bomb crags when they die. Looks like he's going to kill off Hero to give more XP to the other characters. That kind of makes sense, because even if Hero survived this, he'd maybe get 1, maybe 2 levels off of it, but probably more beneficial to funnel it onto the other characters. Also may or may not be a response to finding a 3 bomb crag fight instead of a 4.
It could be. I think either way, funneling it onto their characters, like, you're not gonna... There's no way he takes multiple bomb crag fights with single segment, right? Because these revival costs is just gonna be insane now, so...
Right.
It's just a matter of, like, making the most out of it that he can on the characters that are behind.
Yeah, and the hero's already pretty durable, and he's not gonna learn any spells off of another level or 2 that'd be useful.
Yeah, I guess it also depends a little bit on, like whether these are permanent party members or like which characters he's planning on keeping versus swapping out or whatever.
Yeah.
You know, obviously they're providing value now to get through the pyramid and get the magic key and everything, but
Pilgrim seem to get good HP on those last 2 levels. 8 MP is also good for the pyramid. Wizard's leveling up. He really needs HP, but that's a -1 level. 1 vitality, 1 HP. 2 vitality, 4 HP. That's neutral. 2 vitality, 2 HP.
2.
Yeah, -2.
No vitality on that character.
Yeah.
3 vitality. 5, -1. Alright.
Oh boy.
Welcome to Dragon Warrior 3.
Yep.
Yeah, even though it's like, you know, the +2 to -2 range, I'm sure it's confirmation bias, but it sure feels like the minus values are more likely than the plus values.
Yeah, I don't recall like exactly how it's calculated for Dragon Warrior 4. It is different, but in Dragon Warrior 4, I think it averages to -0.5. So it might be the case here too. I don't know if I've run the numbers on it.
Thank you for the update, Vaxard. It says that looks like in DQ3 it was part of the message window code, which had to have some rewrites done for English for DW3.
Okay.
Had some impacts on the randomness there. It's always really interesting to hear the history of what might have gone on behind some of the development, or like how some of the actual code in these ROMs and various versions of them work. It's just not something that, like, I don't know, modern gaming is just such a different world that,
Yeah.
you know, hearing about NES game development and game ports and things like that is super fascinating.
I mean, modern game, they fix a small bug and it's a 300 megabyte patch, but, you know, in NES days, if they wanted to add a little 20 byte RNG algorithm, they had to remove 20 bytes of code somewhere else to make it fit.
Yeah, and then, like, relaunch the cartridge, and then people had to buy, like, different... have either the old cartridge or the new cartridge or whatever, yeah. It looks like Scarlet Shadow's starting to head towards the pyramid. Made it to Aslam.
Yep.
First step out the way.
Yeah, he did some shopping in Romilly, so he probably doesn't have anything to buy in this town. Yeah, just using the inn and leaving.
Suddenly your game has no random encounters, yeah, for sure.
Yeah.
Just hold B. On controller 2.
This hero really only has 11 MP.
Huh. Yeah, sure does.
Pilgrim's looking pretty good though.
Pokemon Wizard both. Well, Wizard's HP is hot, but
Yeah.
MP.
He's heading south, probably going to Isis first.
Yeah, that's what I'm thinking too. Which makes a lot of sense for a single segment.
Yeah.
One other interesting thing, I don't know if Callie mentioned this earlier, but the way learning return points in DW3 specifically works is interesting in that when you enter a town, it hasn't really been relevant yet, I don't think, but when you enter a town, only the living characters learn the return point for that town.
Oh,
So
yeah.
if like characters are dead and they enter the town and you try to cast return, they might just not have like the return point for a random city here or there, which both throws off the menu and also just complicates how do I get back there.
Yeah. It's really funny when something happens and then you enter a town and then an hour later you need to go back to town and it's like, it's just not in your list. Looks like he's passing time of day, maybe? Or he might need more gold or XP to do something. I don't think there's anything you could really do in here at night without the magic key.
You could still go up to the queen.
No, her bedroom's got a magic key lock on it.
Oh, does it? Okay.
Looks like Crimson's characters are starting to peak at level 4. I wonder if he does anything different regarding the bomb crag since he doesn't have nearly as much safety gold since he couldn't harvest soldiers.
Yeah, I'm assuming he's not taking that approach. And looking at his splits and everything, he doesn't have like a level or anything. Looks like, I don't know, honestly it looks like he's going to be spending a lot of time grinding outside of Reeve or like in this area. He had his split segments.
Yeah, because Scarlet got 600 XP from that bomb crag fight, but it took a lot of setup and a lot of extra gold pickup. So getting 600 XP just like pushing forward faster could definitely even out. Looks like Scarlet's grabbing the meteorite armband. It's just sitting here in this treasure chest under the castle, and then the skeleton pops up and says, "Hey, did you steal that?" I guess on NES he doesn't actually force talk to you. On SFC though, he pops up and says, "Hey, did you steal that?" And you just say no, and he just like, "Alright." He goes away.
And then if you say yes, he still goes away, but he kind of chastises you first with a longer dialogue.
Well, we learned in DQ11 with the mermaid, you should always lie. And if you think about it, DQ11 is DQ3, so makes sense we would lie here too.
So are you saying that that's a mermaid skeleton that pops up out of that chest?
In the middle of the desert, maybe?
I work phone is absolutely exploding right now.
Not allowed this late at night.
A lot of things are going down and coming back up. It might be... I don't know if it's a maintenance window night or not, but... 2:30 a.m. Not normal time for that, so... I'm gonna mute for a couple minutes while I check in on things.
Alright. Charlotte's mostly running from fights so far. Maybe fighting a couple of things, but he's down a character now and pretty low on magic as well. The goal is to get the magic key off of this floor. So we've made it most of the way, but probably still 2-3-ish fights left to survive. Good. No fight. This is looking like SFC. Okay, good. I jinxed it. They both got into fights at exactly the same time. Nice. Okay, yeah. I think one of the two flavors of Mummy is more vulnerable to Expel than the other. I want to say the one that's not blue. Okay. I think you made it. Okay, you did make it. Magic key. There's another nice to have item in the pyramid, but if you die with a magic key, it's fine. You'll figure it out. Go rob some treasuries. There's some flashy clothes up at the top that I'm sure he'll get if he can survive that long. There's also some other treasure chests on the next floor. I don't know if any of them are worth picking up on NES. Especially if you've got 0 MP. Oh, his hero's in front of his Pilgrim. Was I looking at Hero's MP when I commented? Oh yeah, Pilgrim still got 16. Yeah, so if there's anything in these chests, you might be able to fight him, because I think these are the mummies that Expel works on.
I don't know what's here on the NES games. Probably a couple seeds.
Yeah.
Which may or may not be useful, and... I'm trying to think of like Solo Hero Super Famicom ones I pick up. The ones you expect are the Ruby Bracelet and like maybe a Strength Seed. And maybe like a seed or something. I don't even know. I wouldn't expect... really expecting to grab any, but...
No, okay. Skip them. All the items he's moving around, I was expecting to pick one up. The one thing that's obnoxious about NES 3 is that to open a locked door you have to use a key. So generally you're going to want that magic key to filter up to the top of somebody's inventory so you can get to it quickly. There are very few final doors you need to open in this game, so you basically just use the magic key whenever you can.
And you want it to be on somebody who's going to be alive?
Yeah. It's on Hero right now, though Hero's probably not going to be leading the team. If I had to guess, Hero will probably be in the back for most of the run because they're the character that's the most durable most of the time, and they'll have a... you know, they won't be able to parry fight in the back. You want someone durable back there. You walked all the way to the Golden Claw, it seems. Pretty lucky pyramid, really. So the Golden Claw, when you have it in your inventory, you're sort of cursed where the encounter rate is just much higher. That was a lot of steps to take with the Golden Claw. Looks like he might try to get out of here, but if you die with the Golden Claw, you get to keep it.
Yeah, it's something like what, like a 75% encounter rate when you have the claw or something?
Yeah, it's either that or ×4, something like that, but it's really high.
No.
It's kind of funny that in the Dark World, the Gold Bashers have a chance to drop them, and it still triggers the effect. You get it from them. They'll be walking to Vermildar, and then just suddenly monsters everywhere. Which is kind of sad because it's the only other weapon for fighter other than the Iron Claw, and there's just no way to get it without triggering the encounters. And there's just no justification for keeping it on your fighter equipped. 100 out of 256 encounter rate, okay. Yeah, he took like 8 steps right at the start without a fight. These shadows are usually a good enemy to run into because they are effectively a random enemy that is at most equal to your hero's level. Hero or lead character, I guess, I'm not positive. But very often they'll just have like the stats of slimes or the, you know, anteaters. And it's like all he's finding too. He might make it out of here. I'm not even really sure how worth it is to survive this if you've got the fleshy claws. Yeah, he's only got 400 gold on him. Yeah. More shadows. Okay. One other thing about the basement of the pyramid is that you can't cast spells down there. The floor he's on now and the floor underneath it. So, any damage you take, you have to heal it off with herbs, but it can work in your favor if you run into, like, the sleep frogs, or if these shadows turn into, like, magicians or sleep bunnies. They might try to cast spells and lose a turn because the spell's blocked. It's nothing but shadows. Looks like Crimson is grinding over there. I guess that's something to talk about too, is that you see Crimson going back and forth between these two rooms. That's because when you do that, you have a higher chance to encounter a monster right as you step into a room like that. So he'll, on average, get into fights a little bit faster than if he was just walking back and forth up and down the hallway. I blinked and Scarlet died. Ran out of shadows, I guess. That was a really weird pyramid. I'm gonna go over to Crimson's audio for a minute, see what's going on over there. Monitor acting up is making it harder to balance audio. Theory.
Let's go.
That bumps it from. Okay. So what's Scarlet up to? Now that we got the magic key, kind of classic Dragon Quest experience. When you get a new key, you go around the world stealing stuff. Wasn't paying attention, but he probably went into the Aliahan treasury, the starting castle. And then this castle, Isis, has a lot of stuff in it you can take. Not as valuable as stuff as you find in the remakes, but still worth looking for. The main source of gold is the golden claw that we picked up, though. I think it sells for like 7,000 in this version. Flashy clothes we picked up, that's an extra 1,000. He's got the golden claw equipped. I guess for fighting his way out. Oh, 11,000, okay. I was thinking the DQ7 or DQ4 Fire Claw. So yeah, this is a ton of money to have this early in the run. We're gonna use it to gear up all of our characters.
How would you say this amount of money at this point in the run compares to having a silk tuxedo?
That's probably about equal to the tuxedo plus the party dress.
I guess in the remake you do get the ruby bracelet earlier too, though, so
Yeah.
kind of makes it.
There's two things you sell at this point, right? The bracelet and something else for probably roughly as much money as we got here.
You sell the prayer ring, you sell the golden tiara.
Yeah, so those together are probably about 12 or 13,000.
And then you sell the ruby bracelet. Yeah, those all add up to that. Yeah, 'cause you end up with about 6,000 in basis, and then another like 5 or 6,000 in Kotoga.
Yeah.
Anything wrong with work stuff, but phone's still blowing up. I'll have to drop off, but
Alright. Whatever
it's
you
like
gotta do.
Crimson. Yeah, it's like Crimson getting close to Romilly.
Yep. He's got a couple more levels than Scarlet had. Scarlet didn't want to... Well, Scarlet was also solo hero at this point.
Yeah, Scarlet was very obviously setting up to be able to do that bomb crag grind and not over level.
Yeah.
So it's almost definite that Crimson is not going to be doing that.
Scarlet's going into Isis. He's not going for any of the treasury. Which none of the like high value items from SFC are in there. There's some gold, but I guess he doesn't need it. Maybe keeps it in reserve for later. But yeah, you're supposed to come in here at night and talk to the queen, and she's just like flirtily telling you, "Oh, I dropped something, pick it up," and it's a prayer ring. But in this version, it's also on the ground during the day, so you can just grab it without coming here at night.
That's cheating.
Yeah. And they allow that, but I don't think they allow the Dark World tree.
Yeah.
Even though it's probably the same thing.
The treasury is also only, oh, that is true, yeah. Probably is. Like a map coordinate.
Yeah.
The treasury is also only available at night.
Oh yeah, there's guys standing in front of it, aren't there?
Yeah.
Can't you just show them the key and say, "Hey, I have the key for this door, let me in"?
And And then they're like, that doesn't look like the right key. That looks like a magical key that allows you to break into things and not the authorized Royal Treasury of Isis key.
Yeah. Ooh, Sleep Bunny's almost got Crimson. Two of his 3 living characters were asleep. There, there's the demon anteaters.
Oops, all anteaters.
Yep.
Has he used up all of his herbs? Oh, no, he's still
Nah.
missing. Another level up for his priest. 2 HP, 6 MP.
Official key has a sticker on it. Yeah, this is a counterfeit key that is the serial number scratched off. So I mentioned the demon anteaters focus fire. They'll all pick a target at the start of the fight and then focus that target until it dies. So minor optimization, if he knows which, from turn 1, which character the anteaters are targeting, then that's the only character that needs to parry for the rest of the fight. So you can see right there, he knows the anteater's attacking the fighter in front, so that's the only character he needed to parry with. Lumps. Oh no. Fighting lumps. You know, that goes for the wizard.
That wizard's not doing so hot. I hope that wizard's one character that's getting replaced, but
I don't think so. I think it needs to learn by kill.
yeah, but would it be better to just level another wizard?
Yeah. The thought would cross my mind. You could
Someone's
easily
still
have 10 more HP if you level another wizard to 10 or to 8.
Yeah, it's got 20 max at level 8. For a comparison, with the personality system and less the personality system, but like with the way the stat allocation works, like you get in the remakes, you get some like bonus seeds to start your characters off with where you can kind of customize their stats. So in a remake speedrun, your wizard will normally have about 30 HP at level 2. This one has 20 HP at level 8.
Yeah, well, personality cheating is on the table. You know, we could just use a game genie and give the wizard 600 HP.
That is not a fair comparison.
The same thing. You can get a bajillion gold too. Make it so that hero's first inventory slot is always an herb, so that you have 99 herbs, just like SFC.
Yeah, but if you did that, you'd be cheating because you could use them infinitely in combat. You can't use them from your bag in SFC, unlike in some other games.
Yeah. Hang on, enemy team, while I dig through this bag that has 99 special medicines in it, looking for the right sword to use.
Crimson's still taking fights here. You know, are there any worthwhile items in NES if you like go up to like no annuals or anything like that.
I don't think there's anything that really stands out. I know there are a ton of treasure chests in that cave though. Like over a dozen. So
Yeah. I know
if you were otherwise just grinding, maybe you could go in there.
I know in SFC that there are like some seeds in the town, and there's like a leather kilt, and there are a couple of items that are like valuable, like defensive items, just regular usable pieces of equipment.
Yeah.
So if you're doing like a solo hero or some other kind of challenge run, no flea, whatever else, it's often a good idea to go up there and grab some stuff first, but if that's not the case here, then so be it.
Oh, Sleep Bunny had all 4 crimsons. Yeah. Only 2 monsters on the screen. Oh. They are, for some reason, focusing on character.
Still gonna continue to fight. I kind of wonder what Crimson's thresholds are here, both in the earlier grind and this grind before he decides to progress, if it's based on, like, strictly levels. Like, I know I'm going to want this much XP and get this level and whatever, just based on XP rates, or if it's based on more of like a, this is my HP line and I want to grind until I have more than this much HP for this walk, or...
Yeah.
I'm kind of curious how he makes those decisions.
These zombie dogs can be pretty annoying to fight because they've got the slow spell, which will reduce your whole team's agility to 0, which guarantees that they will all go before you on subsequent turns. And they got pretty high HP too, like 40 to 50.
Yeah, they're a little bit annoying in the remake too. They're not scary in the remake, but because you get all the equipment. But this is actually a good fight in the remake where you can use the equipment glitch to cancel their agility debuff because, like you say, it's sort of difficult to deal with when they make you all go slow. I also have to say that watching these two run side by side, I definitely prefer the native NES color palette.
Oh, yeah.
The graphics. Sort of the weird thing about the NES as a system is the analog nature of its video output and the way the graphics can be interpreted, graphic values can be interpreted. It's room for adjusting palettes. A lot of RGB mods have like palette switches and stuff on them to adjust that stuff too. But Crimson here just has the like standard composite video capture. Which, I don't know, kind of just looks right for a lot of NES games.
The Ice Bolt spell is really nice in this game. You get it pretty early, and it, like the amount of damage it does when you learn it, and it only costs like 3 MP to use.
Yeah, you can learn at level 5, and can do up to like 28 damage or something. Like it's a pretty high max. That might not be the right number, but
Yeah.
it's up there.
Yeah, Wizard's keeping up with damage with the fighter and hero, and they, you know, didn't need to buy a weapon for Wizard.
Wow, what a walk from Crimson.
An SFC walk.
That was fewer encounters than an SFC walk, I think.
And it's still going. Okay. Didn't fight the one crab, one toadstool, huh? I guess he doesn't have a wizard. Okay. Got a soldier instead.
Shadow's Heroes up to level 10. 5 Vitality, 11 HP, +1.
Okay. Wizard gained 3 on its last level. That's something. 15% boost.
Just to be sure I didn't miss it, did you talk about skipping Kandar 1 in this version?
No, I did not. Now you can skip Kandar 1.
Yep.
Yeah, so at the Kingdom of Romilly, apparently Kandar has run off with the royal crown, but there's just no plot trigger it's important involved with stopping him. You can just ignore that. I think some people might fight him for the experience points. I don't know if it's really worth it to walk all the way over there, maybe as an alternative to Bomb Crags. But yeah, we're gonna see Kandar number 2 in a minute. The Kingdom of Portoga has the king has a request for you. He says if you bring him some black pepper, that he'll give you a boat. That's a pretty good trade. So we're over here looking for pepper, but the guy who runs the pepper store has been kidnapped by Kandar. But since we're actually going to get something out of it, we'll help him.
I just have to say that I'd much rather have black pepper than have a boat.
Yeah, boat's a lot of work. What am I going to do on a boat? I live in Indiana, so I can just like sit in a river. Can't even go to the ocean. I feel like everything you do in a boat is a lot more interesting on the ocean than just in a dirty Indiana river.
Yeah, in the remakes you can still get over here without fighting Kandar 1, but Kandar 2 will not show up to complete this sort of side plot if you don't beat Kandar 1 first.
Damn. I feel like I did it on accident once somehow. Like, are his goons not even down there, or do his goons not let you through? One or the other?
Don't know. Don't remember. You come over here early on the solo hero run, but you go fight Kandar 1 obviously before coming down here, so I don't know if I've ever come down here without having killed Kandar 1 first.
Possible. Huh? Looks like he's Just grabbing some of the extra items in here. I don't know what's in here. I know roughly where the chests are, but not what's in them.
Yeah, I know in the remake there's some gold. Like, there's chests in all four corners of this floor. And, like, there's two in the north, like, two in the top right, two in the top left, and one in the bottom left. One each of the top right and top left are a mimic. And then there's gold in one. In the remake, the bottom left one is a stamina seed. Maybe it's gold in both of them. Of the top ones. Oh, we'll find out soon. Spell learning.
And if I remember right, in the HD 2D version, they like blocked off a lot of these passages, and it just made it kind of obnoxious to navigate while still not really making the layout more interesting, because it was still just a bunch of cells that looked like this.
Yeah, both chests were gold.
Okay.
Most of these other chests that he's not grabbing are mimics. Maybe all the ones that he's not grabbing are mimics.
Simpson's still fighting sleep bunnies and just got 4x sleeped again. Quechulas. Quechulas can be obnoxious because they can steal your magic. Like that.
Do you mean cat bats?
No, I mean Quechula. It's cat bat. I don't know.
That is the cat bat enemy in Japanese.
Oh, okay.
I just bring it up because good friend Shadow Killer refers to all of the cat enemies as cat bats. But those are the actual cat bat. And the rest of the ones, the yellowish colored ones, are cat flies.
Ah.
But he always sees a cat fly and calls it a cat bat. Yeah, this one here, this vampire cat, that's a cat fly. Sort of interesting how, you know, a lot of the translation for these early games was very direct, but there are cases like that vampire cat where that's just not the Japanese name at all.
Yeah.
Getting another level. That was a 4 stamina, 6 HP, minus 2 level up.
Looks like the wizard finally had a decent level. He's up to 30 HP.
Yeah. By level 10. Great. Starting to get a little bit more vitality.
Yeah, he's like, use the end, that makes sense. He does have the wizard ring, so there's an option to use that to recover some magic, but every time you use it, it's got roughly a 10% chance to break. I think it's 25 and 256.
my work phone's blown up again, and I should also probably consider sleeping at a normal-ish time tonight, so I'm gonna drop off commentary. I'll hang out and lurk for a little bit, but
Alright. Thanks for
Cowie
dropping
will
in.
keep... Yeah, of course. Cowie will keep everyone entertained.
Yeah. If I stay awake. It'll be fine. Crimson's here in Isis. Looks like he's gonna save at the Queen here. I don't think Scarlet Shadow did that. But even though this is single segment and they're not supposed to, you know, reset the console, saving still sets your death warp point. So if he dies in the pyramid, he'll show up at Isis instead of Aliahan. Hours of fighting Kongs. Well, surely neither of these runners will have a worse time grinding than when I tried the Kong route. Because they actually know what they're doing, first of all. But, yeah, when me and Hectical raced using the Jamacom route, I killed, you know, however many Kongs, ran away from the fight on accident, found another Kong fight, killed another however many Kongs, ran away again. And I think that's where I quit, or maybe I tried one more time and still managed to screw it up. Or didn't learn by kill or something. More Cachulas. Just action all his magic away. Does not have a magic for fireball anyway. Switch over to Crimson to get some pyramid music. Oops. The stream is louder than. Every stream is at a different volume level, their games are all at different aspect ratios. Oof. Ami Otoko. Not a good spot. Pushing forward though. Pyramid, I always feel like, does this where you go 100 steps with no fights, and then you'll go 3 steps with 3 fights, and just... I don't know. Even though I've seen the code, the algorithm, even the raw assembly code for how random numbers are generated in this game, I'll question it sometimes. Why it runs in long streaks sometimes. He should be. I mean, I shouldn't jinx it, but he should have found a fight before that point. Ooh. Don't die after I jinxed it. Oh. Unfortunate. If you at least hit both of the buttons on that floor before dying, I think it leaves the door open, so you don't have to hit him again. But he only hit one of them, so the puzzle's gonna reset. See what Scarlet's buying. Is that 4,000 or 8,000 gold? Wow. Crimson selling some stuff for revival money. On the magic knife that they got out of the Cave of Enticement. Nice. Only dealing with 40 gold per revival. That's not terrible. While they're walking back to the places that they just left, I'm gonna stand up real quick and refill my water. Be right back. Well, filled up my water, but then I poured half of it into the dog's water dish. But I have some water. Okay, so looks like Scarlet's probably going for the boss now. We went down to the second floor. Picking up the seeds out of the seed storage room. All four of these chests are different stat seeds. I think at least one of them is one of those poison seeds that we were talking about. Yeah, there's an intelligence seed and vitality you do not want to use in this game. Because of the class change system where you change class, go back to level 1 and all your stats are cut in half, because of that, when you level up, it checks your current stats versus where it thinks you should be at your current level. And if your stats are too high, you just don't gain anything. So when you change class, you usually don't gain anything until around level like probably 6 to 10. But same thing happens if you pump a bunch of vitality seeds. You'll just stop gaining vitality and therefore stop gaining HP, even though the vitality seed didn't give you HP. So that's why I call them poisonous. Unfortunately, Crimson just got kicked out again. Scarlet's on the boss before the boss. 4 of these Kandar henchmen. As soon as he cleans this up, Kandar 2 will walk in. We didn't meet Kandar 1, but Be Kandar and I believe 2 henchmen. And it's not too much to say about the fight. They don't do anything in this version other than attack. On SFC, the goons have some spells and Kandar has 1 or 2 things about him, but in this version, all you really need to know is Kandar hits really hard and he regenerates every turn. Yeah, I agree I need to jinx Scarlet, so we'll just say this boss is completely free. He's gonna be fine. Super easy fight here. Definitely nobody has ever died to Kandar 2. Okay, let's see if that worked. Yeah, Scarlet had a really lucky pyramid. Crimson's getting closer to the average experience. And the run up through the pyramid is a lot of why people didn't want to run single segment for so long. Like, the Dragon Warrior 3 speedrunning kind of just died when the full game manipulations came out, because nobody wanted to do full game manipulation, but also nobody wanted to do the pyramid without saving first. But a couple years ago, a lot of routing went into, you know, what is the baseline, what do we have to do to feel safe about the pyramid? Now there's quite a few single segment runners. Yeah, Kandar fight's pretty much safe at this point. He's got his defense raised. Stat buffs do not wear off in this version. Really, in any of the games in the rest of this marathon, stat buffs don't wear off. So once your defense is up, he can't really hurt you unless he crits. I don't remember if he crits in this version. I'm tired. He definitely does on SFC. Hero crits. That's not what I was asking, but you know. I believe his regen is 50 per turn, so you do need to try to hit him pretty hard, but looks like he's doing over 100 damage a turn, so you get quick progress on him. Eric kicks in his reset cam. A trick bag. Unfortunate that trick bags are so obnoxious to fight because they're worth a lot of money. They're worth like 300 gold. Which would be like, it would pay for one of his revivals. But they're immune to almost all magic, and they like to start the fight by casting Surround. And I think they have pretty high defense power too. Kandar has been defeated. He begs for mercy. You do not have any option but to give him mercy. If you say no, he'll be like, but why? And it prompts again. But thou must give Kandar mercy. But yeah, we saved Galen from the kidnappers. He gives us some black pepper on the house, essentially giving us a boat. That's what we're gonna trade the pepper for here. The guy always gets in your way. Don't try to walk around him. Well, Crimson still got everybody alive, getting to the key floor. This is not me jinxing it. Am I wrong? Does that button stay pressed? Because he's going straight for the left. Let's see. Okay, I'm happy to be wrong about that. Come on. Can we get a long streak with no fights now? Oof. Yeah, so that last turn there, since Hero was the frontmost living character, Hero was not able to parry, so all he could do was run and hope to get away, which I wasn't counting run failures, that might have been guaranteed. But then he reordered to put the soldier in front, so now if he gets more fights, the soldier can parry before he runs at least. Oh, not on the key chest. Should be okay. Could be super annoying, but it should be fine. Okay. Got the magic key. So, worst case scenario, he just doesn't get the flashy clothes from the top. Not the end of the world. But he is gonna go for it. He used an herb, so... And for reference, on Crimson Splits he has up, looks like he lost like 16-17 minutes on the pyramid here. Not a good time. Pyramid will do that to you. No matter what version you're, no matter what category, what version of DQ3 you're running, pyramid is going to be an issue. Solo Fang Slime. Yeah, where's the Solo Fang Slime in the pyramid? What is the equivalent of that? Is that the Solo Trick Bag? Crimson did run into that one. Dipping back in to grab the golden claw. See how this goes. All shadows. More shadows. How common are shadows down here? I thought that's just like the normal enemy mix plus some shadows. Okay, there, that's more like it. Yeah, he's just death warping, he's not even gonna try to walk out. Which I think is the right play. This isn't a great fight to death warp on, because like I said, these shadows are usually actually disguised as you know, very weak enemies. But that was still only like 2 or 3 turns. Yeah, what's going on with Scarlet? So Scarlet's got the boat now. First place you tend to go is this village of Sioux. Right next to the well, there's a Staff of Thunder just laying on the ground, so you pick that up. Gives you a free Firebane cast as long as you hold on to it. Inventory management going on here. Yeah, he's moving the Staff of Thunder to the top of his inventory so he can use it quickly in battle. The weapons that have specific effects when you use them in battle are a little weird in this game. A lot of them are only usable by classes that can equip the weapon. I think the Staff of Thunder is an exception. But I also don't remember if Pilgrim can equip it. Wizard and Sage surely can. He's doing all his shopping. Back over to Scarlet's audio. Poison moth powder, interesting. That's an item that basically the consumable use of confusion, the chaos spell. Probably gonna use those to farm metal slimes. We'll also, maybe now or maybe later, purchase that invisibility herb at the bottom of the list. You need that to progress the story. I don't know if he's already got it or if he's gonna buy it later because of just inventory space. Inventory management, I've already said a few times, but it's really important in this game because you don't have a bag. You can only hold 8 items per character, including the stuff you're equipping, so which could be up to 5 items, you know? Hero encounters? Okay. Alright, Team Zoma, I think this is enough good luck. I think we need to tip the scales in the other direction, alright? What just happened there? Get something? Why wouldn't he step in the town? Visibility herb? Okay. Okay, this skips the tails by tips the scales by a minute, right? Okay, we might need a little more than that. We'll fix it later with Malroth, yeah. I was actually thinking about asking you the other day, and either comment on this or not, but what is like the, you know, the psychological analysis of how does it feel that, like, if Diener kills a Metal Babel, that's one less time you can die to Malroth? The SFC versus NES matchup just kind of feels like some of those, the uncommon RNG scenarios just kind of all benefit the SFC run. Which there's bad things that can happen in SFC runs too, but these are just like the two things that, the first thing that comes to mind for each of those runs when I think of what can swing RNG 10 minutes in a direction. Hopefully it doesn't come down to that and you both have fairly average runs. Bro, it's almost back to Eggenbear. He does need that invisibility herb right now, but I'm still not sure why he didn't take one more step and go into town before going back for it. Maybe this is the marine slime grind we've all wanted. Like Crimson's still shopping. Maybe done shopping? Maybe walking to Portoga now? Okay. Just using the invisibility herb on the boat, just I guess it does save some frames because you don't have to fade out. Maybe he just wanted to show that and that's why he didn't step into town first. Yeah, that's fair. If Roan really cooperates at the beginning, that can really help. They let you just camp outside of the castle and keep reactivating the glitch. Alright, Base of Drought. Speaking as we were of Dragon Quest recycling little plot points, we'll throw the Base of Drought into the ocean to get access to a cave. Not unlike what we did in DQ5 to get into the cave in the pirate world. DQ4's got a Stone of Drought. DQ2 has the undersea cave. And in the HD2D version, you know, you just gotta bring in the cave to you, you go to the cave. And I'm Japang as a return point for later. You really never walk in the front door of Japang in a speedrun. Like, you'll grab the return point, but then you, just go into the Orochi cave and go in the back way. He stops in at Moore. He's heading straight up to get the final key. The cave / prison I mentioned. Do I know what the significance of this place is? It's some kind of prison or something. I think there's probably somebody you can talk to in here that points you toward one of the other quests. Maybe the Sword of Gaia quest. But mostly the final key is just sitting in the middle of this room. Yeah, so I don't think I've mentioned this yet, but the keys in this game are tiered, so Thief key only opens thief doors, magic opens thief and magic, final key opens any door. But there's only like 2 final doors in this whole game you need to open, so that's why I was saying earlier they're going to keep the magic key probably ready at the top of somebody's inventory, and probably not even worry about the final key. You can literally throw the final key into the vault when you're going to fight Baramos, because you just don't open any final doors for the rest of the game. I think there are some final doors in Zoma's castle, but they lead to dead ends. I think they're on the very first floor. Those staircases that just loop on each other. All the doors you need to open in the Dark World are Thief or Magic. I really need to adjust how I'm sitting, or my back is going to kill me in the morning. I may not even wait that long. Yeah. I haven't really noticed where Crimson's at because he's in battle every time I look over there. Saw him leave Rumley again though, so maybe had someone die on the Portoga walk or something. Charlotte's gonna get off in the town of Tadonki here. This town has a unique issue where if you're here in the morning, the town is destroyed. Because apparently Baramos destroyed it, but he didn't do a good job of it because it's not destroyed at nighttime. Only daytime. Baramos will need to come back at nighttime to destroy it again, I guess. I don't know. But, yeah, I think you get some information here. This shop is pretty good. I see Zombie Slasher in there. And one of the orbs. Yeah, it's a Portoga walk on Crimson side. Haven't mentioned orbs directly correlating to DQ3, but basically one of the main goals in this arc of the game is to collect the 6 colored orbs so that you can resurrect Ramia and fly around on it. And that dude just gave us one of them. Looks like we're going in the basement. There's 1 or 2 stat seeds down here. I noticed Scarlet throwing a lot of key items on the wizard, which tells me that when it's time to hand in the orbs and take the merchant to the merchant town, probably gonna leave the wizard behind. That wizard doesn't have the orbs. I don't remember. I don't think your stuff automatically vaults. No, I don't think so when you deposit somebody. I may actually have it backwards. Maybe the wizard stays in the party and he'll have the merchant and you give all the items, pass them from the wizard to the merchant, because when you give the merchant to the merchant town, it does throw all of their stuff in the vault. Right. So yeah, that treasure chest was the Lamp of Darkness. There's a couple pretty couple places to use it. Mainly it's going to be used to, before fighting boss troll, because you need it to be nighttime. Lamp of Darkness just changes the time of day to night. On SFC it's a bit more useful because when you use it, it resets your encounter threat, but that's not a thing on NES. Fights are simply random. Just every step, random numbers generated. If it's under a certain value, you get a fight. Those Hades condors that you just ran into, you do not want to see. It was very nice of them to be surprised, because the Hades condors have the Limbo spell, which kicks one of your party members back to town. Now depositing the magic key, I guess he's gonna rely on the final key then. Royal Scroll, the Vase of Drought will go to. And look at... yep, he saw it as the menu was closing. Thief key on the hero. I love that. I do that all the time. Nope, don't see anything else. Press B, and then as the menu is undrawing. Nope, there's the thing. I knew there was something else. Meanwhile, Crimson made it to Portoga. Is now traveling over to Baharata. The black pepper is. Here, let's buy in herbs. We're going to Dharma now. Must be going into the tower to fight some metal slimes. I don't know how safe or dangerous this is on NES. This guy to set the death warp point in case he dies. Far apart they started. So, Crimson started 50 minutes after Scarlet started. I feel like they're not 50 minutes apart, but maybe they are. Just being optimistic. Outside of the pyramid, nothing's really gone wrong for either runner. I hate this great beak enemy because it's only the parts of the bird you don't eat. What's the point? Enemy's entire existence is useless. We are in the Tower of Garuda. This tower is notable for a couple of things. Mainly, there are metal slimes on the top floors, and also there's a sage book in here, a Book of Satori, Thin Scroll, for translation. And yeah, if you have that item in your inventory, then you can change your class into Sage. Which I imagine he'll do. I don't know. Maybe not. I guess he's probably, yeah, I guess we're gonna see very different grand strategies, aren't we? Because Scarlet's clearly not doing birds. Crimson likely will be. So that'll be cool. Oh. Great Beak, as I just established, is not birds. Talking about grinding Elysium birds and Kongs. But I'll talk about that more shortly after Crimson gets the boat. The design of this tower is a little weird. It's just like a lot of teleporters in here. There's that, like on the first floor, really the only way to get anywhere from the first floor is to walk into the grass in the northwest corner. Quite a few forks in here. This is going toward an item, or actually go up? Too late to ask the questions. Floor up here is where he'll be looking for metal slimes. I think there's an iron helmet over here that he's going for. Got it. Well, Sky Dragon. I think they're 100% vulnerable to Expel. Now they are in SFC. So, we got all these moth powders. Metal slimes are vulnerable to confusion. Doesn't always work on them. Nice, got one. But, it stops them from running away, is the main thing. I'm not sure exactly what the differences are in the confusion status between SFC and NES, but I know on SFC you have a lot more powders with you, and you'll like throw them at the other monsters, because if another monster attacks a metal slime, the damage is calculated differently, and they can actually deal enough damage to just kill the metal slime. I want to say that would still work in this version. I think that the damage calculation is the same, but I don't know if he has enough moth powders to use them like that. We'll see. I haven't watched this grind done on NES before. Crimson's got a whole collection of monsters over there. The Baharana region. Heading to Kandar 2's cave. I don't know if he'll do any grinding like Scarlet did, or just go straight for Kandar 2. If you've got the increase spell, you can probably win the fight. Oh wait. Increases wizard though. So he doesn't have the increase spell. Yeah, Bray has sap, which means it could be 3 wizard. Yeah. More metal slimes. So the tools that we have to kill metal slimes right now, besides the moth powder, are the wizard still has that poison needle we were using against the bomb crags, and the fact that it always deals 1 damage when it doesn't instantly kill is really nice, because everybody else is missing 2/3 of the time when they attack a metal slime. But wizard will be either consistent damage or instant kill. And then also the fighter has an increased chance to get a critical hit. So kind of similar to Alina in DQ4, the higher a fighter's level, the more often it gets critical hits. In this case, it rolls the normal 1 in 64 chance. If that fails, then it rolls its level divided by 256. So, yeah, basically right now it's got somewhere like a 6, 7, 8% chance to crit. Rita dropped an item. Iron Claw. Okay. That's some extra money, I guess. Man, that's not what they drop on SFC. They drop tickets on SFC. It's annoying. Cheesy tickets. There's another one. I feel like that's only the second one he's killed. And the goal of this grind is most likely going to be, maybe he might leave and there might be another phase to this grind, but ultimately they're going to try to get Wizard to level 21 to learn Bykill, and hopefully the Wizard actually learns it at 21. This is a big problem with running this game single segment, which is you really need the Bykill spell. Just the bosses that have regeneration, like it's incredibly helpful to double your damage against them. But when Wizard hits level 21, there's only a 50% chance that he learns it. Feels like a pretty nasty fight on NES. I imagine Pilgrim probably has a meteorite armband on right now to double its agility to give it a very good chance of going before Sky Dragons and expelling them. Yeah, regardless of Moth Powder status, he's going to run out of MP in here before too long. I bet when he runs out of magic, he probably drops down and grabs the Sage Book. And I wonder if he comes back in here or if he goes to grind Metal Slimes at Japan. Or he might fall back to Elysian Birds. Wizard got numbed. Looks like it wore off. The Sting Wings can paralyze you, aka numb you, but it usually wears off with a couple steps. The Garudas are kinda nasty. They've got Firebane. He's killing them before they get a turn. Stingwings usually aren't an issue as long as they don't paralyze you. Yeah, what else is in here? Sky Dragons are really nasty if you let them get turns. They'll do a lot of damage with their Flame Breath. I don't think the Great Beaks show up here. Maybe there's a specific formation that has them. Yeah, I think on SFC you can find a formation of 4 of them. Crimson's fighting Kandar over there. There's Anio. Kinda just the same boss theme. Or battle theme even. No boss themes in this game until the final boss. Even on SFC, the only guy who got boss theme was Baranos, right? Maybe the goons leading up to Zoma, but... No, I don't think so. I think just Baranos and Zoma. See what his fight looks like, because he's a lower level than Scarlet was. He's not doing as much damage. He's hitting for about 20 per character, whereas Scarlet was doing about 30 per character. And like I said earlier, Kandar does regenerate 50 per turn. But he is low on magic. He's saving that 8 MP on his hero in the back to get out of here, cast outside. He should be fine though. Yeah, I was thinking earlier about slimes and how the games in this marathon, like, not very many of them actually have big slime grinds in them. I wasn't thinking about DQ9 when I had that thought, though. DQ9 did manipulate quite a few. But, and I also didn't realize Scarlet would be grinding in the tower here. I guess DQ4 is gonna get Metal Babbles. There's a couple, but I still feel like it's less than half the runs. Nice, Crimson's moving on. Wait, he didn't cast outside. Maybe he didn't have the spell, he's only level 9. Maybe it was for casting Return and now he just lost it to the Cat Bat. May as well spend it on heal now. Like some more level ups on Scarlet's side. More Cat Bats. Shinron and the boys. There we go. The classic fight. Ooh, Skydragon got a turn. Slime, unfortunately, attacked the Skydragon instead of one of its friends. Didn't see what happened with that second powder. Neither. The text goes so fast in NES 3. Like a Poison Needle crit took out Metal Slime D. I don't think either of these are confused. He's been hit a couple times. Yeah, there it goes. 4140 XP, I think that's 3 kills. Okay. There's some progress. 3 out of 7's pretty good. Scarlet left to restock. Every time I look at Crimson's stream, it's 4 Cat Bats. One thing I didn't mention about this enemy is its drop, which is I think a 1 in 64 chance it has to drop an animal suit, which is basically the best armor in the game. It's unironically kind of decent for this point in the game, and it also changes your sprite into a cat. Hey, keep calling for help. Not a bad thing, they're pretty decent XP. Yeah, that's H. And it rolled over to A. Nice. The NES version can only number the monsters up through H and then it rolls over to A. I know the GBC version can go up to, I think, P. I remember 16 of them. Let's get in the red orb from the pirate base. And a string seed, yay! Let's see what's next for these two. Crimson's gonna go get his boat. Probably run a couple of errands before doing his grind. His grind should look very different from Scarlet's. Looks like Scarlet might be doing the same grind now that he's killed a couple metal slimes. In the Kong. So the idea with the usual grind they do on Famicom is these Kongs can summon Elysium birds, which are basically enemies from very late in the game. I mentioned earlier when we saw one that all they usually do is cast heal us and then run away. But we're gonna try to kill some with a poison needle. No, we don't kill him with the poison needle, we kill him with actual damage. Yeah. Poison needle we use at the end to finish off the Kong. But I believe that there's some gimmick to how calling for help works. In that first fight, Scarlet found there was a witch doctor followed by a Kong. I think the Kong needs to be the first enemy group to be able to call for help successfully. Yeah. Now he's setting up a defensive wall. Which it occurs to me that you need a wizard for this, so maybe I don't know what Crimson's doing. Yeah, stack up increase till the Kong can't hurt you. And speed up as well so that you can act before the bird. And punch it out. You accidentally run? Nice. That's my strat. So each bird I think is worth something like 700 XP. Maybe it's even more than that. Maybe 700 before the multiplier that it puts on all monsters. But a little less than a metal slime. Comes in up to now. 4,800 gold. I believe he already went to Sue and got the Staff of Thunder and purchased whatever else he wanted to purchase. Luida. Dropping the soldier. Okay, probably for a wizard. Ah. Okay. Soma. Not sure if Crimson's spelling something with his team names or if it's just the first letter of the classes. If he's gonna do the Kong grind, he's at least gonna need the wizard to level up enough to learn Increase. Not use the ability herb on the boat. See the animation. Boulder puzzle. Didn't really comment on this before, but there's not much to say. You just need to get the boulders up into the top room. Completely different from what I'm used to seeing. Couple question marks that I'm not certain about what Charlotte's doing over here. Is that so I mentioned bike hill, you're not guaranteed to learn it at 21. So possible that he just finishes this fight and gets a XP on all 4 of these characters. It's probably more likely that he kills off the first 3 characters and leaves only the wizard to gain 4 times the XP. But even still then, I wonder what level he's targeting. Because you probably in a, no reset single segment don't want to go to 21. You probably want at least 22 to get 2 chances to learn the spell. Here he's keeping track of how many he's killed and what level he's targeting. Hey, Crimson's wizard survived a fight. 4 HP on level 1, wow. Alright. Already on pace to out HP Charlotte's. I think I got 2 levels off the Villain and Ocean encounter. Not even bothering to heal. bird. You don't have like a bird count. Does he? I don't think so. No. Game and timer. More levels for Wizard. Pretty sure it already has more than the 20 HP that Bias over there had at like level 8 or 9. I think 8 was 20 and 9 was 23. Already? Okay. Getting here. 5 more? Okay. Level 6, he's got more than Charlotte had at 9. Enough to actually bother healing. 27 HP, okay. Pilgrim. Just for reference, the 2 players have their team in the exact same order right now. If you get lost with the Japanese letters, it's still Fighter, Hero, Pilgrim, Wizard at the moment. A lot of birds. So I'm used to seeing this grind for the birds start at basically Crimson's levels, and at that point I think you want to kill like 40 birds to take Wizard all the way to 21, somewhere in the neighborhood there. So starting at Wizard 17, that would cut out probably half of the birds, but then if you wanted to go to 22 or 23, Marathon, I'd go at least 23, I think. That would probably bring your bird requirement back up to 40. Looks like he's done. Yeah, he's starting to lower his HP to kill off the other characters. But since you cast Increase to max out your defense power, the only real way to kill off the team is by using the Staff of Thunder. Oh yeah, he's probably got a couple more birds to go, but getting ahead of it. Starting to lower his health because it'll take a while. I guess the Wizard's got magic too. The Wizard might have Blaze more. Hero's using his magic. Blaze more might be Ice Bolt. Do a lot of damage though. Yeah, he's got all the birds he wants. Doesn't even want the one that's right in front of him. Oh, kill off Fighter, Hero, Pilgrim, and then poke Kong with a needle until it dies. Which, if these birds would go away, he could probably kill the Kong with magic. That might be more consistent, but if they're just gonna keep healing him. Yeah, he's poking him. I'm not sure how much HP these Kongs have. I know the blue ones have 40. I think the first version of these guys you encounter actually have more than the second version. And these are the third version. 45,000 experience. That is enough XP to take a wizard from level 1 all the way up to level 20. I would guess we're probably hitting 23. Doesn't tell us what spells we learned, so he's gonna have to open the menu later to confirm. If he learns a spell here at 20, that's probably Snowstorm. So if he learns another one at 21, it's probably Bykill. But can't be more sure than probably. Did not learn it at 21. There's a spell. I'm not sure if there's another possible spell that starts at 22. Did he get it? First try by kill, okay. Comes in doing some shopping over there. I think that's Staff of Force that he just bought. Pretty standard to use those. Give your priest and wizard enough damage to damage the Elysian birds. I've never been completely sure how the Staff of Force works. The game descriptions tell you that it consumes magic to deal extra damage. But I don't know like what the formula is on how much damage it adds or whatever. And I think it keeps working even if you run out of MP. It consumes like 2 or 3 every time you attack. I think 2. I assume it just gives you like a flat extra attack power, but it's not reflected in the menus anywhere. Unless it's just the 50 or 55 attack that it grants you to equip it. Maybe it is, maybe there's nothing actually special about it except that you lose MP when you attack. And we're at Dharma. Yeah, Matthias the Wizard is now a fighter. So, yeah, again, the goal was to get that fighter to learn Bykill. I don't know how many of the other spells are really useful. As a fighter, it's not going to have very much MP to play with, especially in the late game. It'll probably mainly just be casting Bykill and attacking. Yeah, 52 MP, and it's unlikely to go up. I'm not even sure it can go up on NES. Maybe if you gain intelligence as a non-spellcaster who has more than 1 MP, you can gain more. Crimson heading over for the grind. Yeah. Scarlet, meanwhile, heading over to the Mono Castle where the boss troll is. Getting attacked by turtles, though. That's probably the only class change Scarlet's gonna do, is the wizard into fighter. I wouldn't say these metal slimes are bait, but it might actually be nice to kill one or two because of the level 1 fighter. Fighter's really not going to gain anything off this though. See what early level ups look like after a class change here. Strength, ability. Okay, well actually, I guess when you go wizard into fighter, you just gain almost everything fighter normally gains. I was wrong. Switch off Crimson, otherwise we're going to be hearing 30 straight minutes of battle theme with no other interruption. Of course, now we got level up jingles. Is that better? I don't know, but it won't last as long. Killing all the monkeys? I think he intends to. Okay. That was kinda close. Still casting increase in speed up to set up. So Crimson probably is going to do this grind in 2 phases. He's probably going to get by kill on the wizard and then come back and kill some extras to get the rest of the team some XP after changing class. Yeah, he's going to be killing birds for a minute, just like Scarlet just did. Dog is wondering why I'm awake at 4:30 a.m. Yeah, it's a valid question. Where'd the birds go? Dog walked past and then we're in Aliahan again. Finished the fight because the wizard got another level. Why is Scarlet finding all these metal slimes? You don't need them. Send them over to Crimson. I'll take them. You're doing fine. Shido needs metal slimes. killed one and now he's running. If that was an accident. It was. I think that's twice I've seen him run on accident. It's so annoying because the menus don't wrap on the NES games, so you can't, like from the fight menu, you can't press up twice to go to parry. You have to cross your cursor over run. So I just get very paranoid about that, and he killed 3 more metal slimes, why not? Okay. Feels really bad when you're in this Kong grind and you have to like abandon your setup and start over or go heal for any reason. Feels especially bad when that reason is you ran away from the fight, but fortunately we haven't seen that yet. I just asked myself, why has it taken Scarlet so long to get in this cave from, you know, the bridge up north? And then I remembered, oh yeah, 2 8x metal slime fights. He killed slimes in both of them. That's why. But yeah, reading in the Mirror of Ra cave. I call it that because the Mirror of Ra is in here. There's also an animal suit in here. I want him to get the animal suit, but he probably won't. This cave's actually pretty gimmicky, starting on the next floor. But there's a lot of traps in this dungeon. Specifically mimics. Floor here. Still fighting stuff, huh? I feel like if I killed 4 extra metal slimes, I wouldn't fight Voodoo Shaman, but maybe. Maybe he wants gold? Got 10,000 gold. For this floor here, you can see on the left there's a trail of treasure chests. He's gonna pick up some of them. If you keep following them, there's like 10 or so treasure chests that have little items in them. And then it leads into another room with I think 2, maybe 4 more chests. And those chests are all mimics. Just when you start trusting them. Funny because you pick up one chest and then now you see the next one on the edge of the screen and it's like, oh, more treasure. Oh, more treasure. Then you get introduced to mimics. I think they really are mimics and not canna boxes. I think this is the first instance of mimic showing up. The upgraded version that destroys you with defeat. Not that the canna boxes don't destroy you too in this game. Cast X-ray. Okay. I think Scarlet is tired. I evidenced this based on He Said So earlier, and that was before he started the run that he's now 3 hours into. Well, good, it's not just me. More treasure. What is it? Wing of Wyvern. Great. The other thing too about this Path of Treasure Chest is it is leading you away from the Mirror of Ra. The right answer was to hug the wall that's immediately south of the staircase and go a little bit southeast, and there's a hole that you drop into. Which he'll do once he's done grabbing treasure chests. Curious how many of these he grabs though. I feel like he's grabbed almost every treasure chest in the game so far. Okay. That was the last one. Good amount of money though. Mirror of Ra. That treasure chest on the left is the animal suit. Go grab it. Grab it. Go get it. Go get the animal suit. No, 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 no. Go get the animal suit. Oh. Okay. Fine. Go grab all that other stuff, but not the animal suit. Shaking my head. Wing of the Wyvern. You picked up Wing of the Wyvern, but not the animal suit. More of my cake, that'll make me happy. Weep, weep. This is the... What are you looking for? Yeah, that's the monster arena down there. If this route involves the monster arena, I'm excited. Support it. One of my favorite engine upgrades that they did for Dragon Warrior 4 is that until Dragon Warrior 4, you cannot sell anything to weapon shops. You have to go to the item shop to sell stuff, and then walk to the weapon shop to buy stuff. I am getting tired. I'm staring right at the screen and I have no idea what he just bought. I'm gonna guess zombie slasher? Yeah, okay. But I watched it happen and my mind didn't parse the words. We're reaching that point in the evening where I can probably read the Japanese better than the English. Certainly equal, if not better. Okay. So yeah, that's our really one use of Lamp of Darkness to make it nighttime so we can sneak up on the boss troll. I haven't mentioned any lore in quite a while, but what's going on in this castle is a monster replaced the king, so we need the Mirror of Ra to fix that. Reveal his true form and then fight him. Feel like I said this 7 or 8 hours ago. Yeah, closer to 7. Probably say it again too, and I don't know, when's DQ2? I guess you're not fighting the princess though. Maybe. Austral appears. Austral shouldn't be too big of a deal. He's a lot nastier in SFC than in this version. He kind of just hits you a lot, but he'll probably die in like 3 turns. Hero parry for safety, I guess? I don't think sap is even really super important on him, is it? Didn't hit. Oh, looks like it might be. Hero only hit for 50. He's just done with this, I guess. Can you equip the zombie slasher? Look at him hit for 35. Maybe that's zombie slasher without bike health. I don't know. The boss troll only has a couple hundred HP. I think he does regenerate like 50 a turn, but his max HP is really low. Yeah, Super Famicom boss troll is much nastier. He has like built-in pretty high crit chance, attack rotation, and he lowers your defense. And in SFC speedruns, you end up casting Bi-Kill on him to stop him from being able to crit you, which means he's Bi-Killed. A lot of marine slimes. Crimson's still going after birds. Yeah, bird grind can be a little sketchy because you get pretty close, like you completely run out of resources, as you can see here. So that's partly because the Staff of Force is robbing your magic every time you attack. But the Kong still can punch for like 3 or 4 damage, so he refuses to call for help for too long if you start getting a little sketchy territory. Erlit is somewhere in the ocean. Who knows? Apparently he found his way into DQ2. No. So when you defeat the boss troll, he drops the Staff of Change, which you can use to transform into stuff. And the only real use for it is you can use a shop in the elf village. But you can also, as a quest item, give it to this guy. He trades it for an item called the Sailor's Thighbone. And the Sailor's Thighbone is basically a compass that points toward the ghost ship. I think the idea is it's like dangling from a string and then it, you know, pivots and points toward the ghost ship. But the ghost ship is actually, it exists and is moving around the overworld for the whole game, but you can't see it or interact with it until you get this thigh bone. So usually it's right here, but sometimes it can actually wander off. Krabbis. And when I said 30 minutes of straight DQ3 battle theme, didn't think that was actually how long that took. Treasure in here. I think all 3 of these chests on top have gold. I think the 2 under them are mimics. Pots there? Are those the only pots in the game like that? Too late to ask myself these questions.
Dog, you look lost. Anyway. Sure if you should face me or the other way.
DQ3 going to end before I need to give the dog breakfast? Question. Got the surprise encounter. Lanshian and Skeleton. I really thought Crimson would hit his bird quota by now. Still going though. Meanwhile, Scarlet's at Lancel. Falling out of Lancel. Intentional. Oh, okay. Never mind. We're not doing that yet. Maybe later. Getting the Sword of Gaia first. So directly south of us is the World Tree. Probably not gonna go over there yet. It's accessible as soon as you get the ship, but kind of scary to go over there before you have flight. And you really don't need a World Leaf yet. It might be nice to have for the Necrogond, but you don't need it for any of the bosses until Baramos. Oh yeah, so on the ghost ship we got this Locket of Love. Errol and Olivia. Yes, they ran to each other and then they both died. You throw the locket in the ocean and they're happy. Shimmer percent basically. The right side also did this grind, though a shorter version of it, but yeah, just waiting for this Kong to call for a bird and then killing the bird, because the bird is worth quite a lot of experience points. It's basically from the monster tier of like the strongest monsters in the starting overworld. Like I was saying earlier, it gives a little less experience points than a metal slime. But once you get set up and rolling, it's a pretty efficient grind. But I have no idea how many he has killed or how many he is going for. Presumably, just like Scarlet did, he's gonna kill off all of his team except for the wizard and harvest all that XP on the wizard. I'm starting to wonder how many levels he's trying to get. Get off the boat there. He's sailing somewhere from here? Maybe he's going to the World Tree after all. Ah, yes. Yeah, so in that little, like, island that he stopped off on, there's some kind of a prison there where... I knew his name a minute ago. Simon. This guy named Simon. I don't know much about him except he had the Sword of Gaia. And yeah, he died with it in the prison, so we picked it up. And we're gonna use the Sword of Gaia to, we're gonna go throw it in a volcano, and then that's gonna open a path to the dungeon called the Necrogond. Which is really not where you want to be, but it's a required dungeon, so we're gonna go there. Yeah, Japanese is a bit faster just because it, especially outside of battle, I should say, where, like, when you talk to people and text is printing out one character at a time, it's usually a little faster. But in combat, you can see that it prints out an entire line of text at once. So, then there at the end of battle, it prints out one character at a time. But for most of combat, it's pretty equal to English. And, there's some other version differences too that give English a little bit of an advantage to balance out the language difference. Now I'm starting to wonder if he's just lost count of the birds and he's just killing like 30 extra to be sure. I'm sure he knows exactly how many he's killed. Yeah, there's not really any reason to the order that we're playing him in here other than runner availability. It does kind of bug me that it's 5-3-4-2 and not 5-4-3-2. But, scheduling did not work out. 5-4-3-2. Okay, now Crimson's killing off his team, so he should be about done. Maybe a couple more birds, but he's setting up to finish the fight. D-Ranger. I don't think these D-Rangers can hurt you. I think they're exactly like the Chaos Hoppers in Dragon Warrior 4, and all they do is cast Confuse and stare at you. So yeah, Scarlet's got a boss fight coming up, but we are going to want to pay attention to whether Crimson gets by kill once this fight's over. And he wants a couple more birds, he just healed his hero. Look, it's 8 more metal slimes. It's exactly what Scarlet needed. 8 more metal slimes. What is this, the 4th time he's seen this encounter since he stopped grinding? It is a very common encounter in this cave, though. Okay, he didn't get any that time. He is worse equipped to fight the metal slimes than when he was actually grinding, though, because he can't use the poison needle anymore. The only class that can equip it in this version is the wizard. They run away, yeah. Right? Lava bashers. Those guys do quite a bit of damage, but they don't have much HP. So. They've got, I want to say like 30-ish damage fire breath. Have all 3 of them use it, it'll be a bad time. Crimson is wrapping up the fight. Hold the Kong, 63,000 experience points. Probably go on to level 23, I would guess. Is going to give him 3 chances to learn Baikel. And Scarlet's going to come up on the Orochi fight. Orochi won't live too much longer than Boss Troll. If it does nothing but breathe fire, that can be a problem. But I don't know, he's got pretty good levels. Might be fine regardless. And I kinda wanna... I don't know if Crimson's using a mic to say that. We'll know in a minute. Okay, so learn to spell at 19. 2 spells at 20, so he definitely got Snow Blast. Didn't get Baikel at 21. Didn't get it at 22. Come on, Team Shido. A spell? Which spell? He's just leaving. Not checking.
マジか、覚えてねえ。
Am I an accident? You're never guaranteed to learn Baikel in NES, right? He does need to check, right? Or do I not know anything about this game? Well, Orochi over there on the right. Pretty much same strategy as Boss Troll. You do, oh, it looks like he's actually trying to put it to sleep. But sap and by kill otherwise. I know you can use surround on it in remakes. I don't know if it resists it in NES. I don't remember the exact chance for it to breathe fire versus attacking. Might be 50-50. Not it's close. No buy kill, Lou. This is unfortunate. It's a 50-50 chance to learn it every level starting at 21. It's basically a 1 in 8 chance to not have it by this point. '23 was boom, okay. Well, we'll get to see what the full max strat for that is. Go over here though, this fight's about to end. So yeah, you fight Orochi twice. In this version, it's the same boss fight both times. In the remakes, the second fight is slightly different stats and loadout. Yeah, you fight her, she jumps into the portal there, and then you find out that she's masquerading as the leader of Japan. And Himiko is the Orochi. Rumors spread through the town like wildfire. And then that treasure chest appears there with the purple orb in it. So we've got most of the orbs now. The one in Tadanki, the one in we got the one from the pirate base. We still need the one from the merchant town and the one from the Necrogod. And Lancel, I think, is still outstanding. So, I guess not most, I guess half. Looks like Crimson is just continuing the story over there, going to Boss Troll Country. Back at Lancel on Charlotte's stream. Pulling some stuff. Are we getting here? The magic resist? Yep, sacred robe for Pilgrim. Unfortunately, the wizard can't equip it. Oh, well, I guess we don't have a wizard anymore. That's part of why we don't have a wizard anymore. Yeah, one time I played through this game with 4 wizards in my team. I replaced my hero with a wizard, and very quickly realized that there is absolutely no magic resistance for a wizard until the Dark World. I had to level to like mid-30s to beat Baramos. Alright, so the town of Lancel has this cave here called the Navel of the Earth. You have to send in one character alone to explore it. The obvious choice is your hero. Sage could also be a good pick, but we don't have one. And yeah, we're pretty much just gonna run from everything in here. The two things I expect him to pick up are the Armor of Terra Firma, which probably won't get used very long, but you may as well grab it, and the Blue Orb. I think there's a Vitality Seed next to the Blue Orb as well, but Vitality Seeds are toxic. Crimson's buying the zombie slasher. Crabs. Skipping the armor? I guess you could. It would immediately get replaced by the blade armor in the Necrogon, so... Guess it makes more sense to pick up the Armor of Terra Firma if you've got soldiers in your team. All these faces on the wall tell you to turn back, but eh. There's the orb. I just noticed Scarlet's hero is female. The sprite is absolutely the same on NES between male and female hero. The only real difference between male and female hero in this run is that if you get a magic bikini drop, you could equip it on hero, but there's other characters you'd probably equip it on first. Alright, it's 4 out of 6 orbs. Looks like he's gonna do the Merchant Town next. Merchant Town before Necrogon? Okay. So what is Merchant Town? Merchant Town is a minigame that you initiate by dropping off a merchant at this little blob of land over here in the west. There's an old man here who wants to build a town, but he needs a merchant to help him out. So you just create a level 1 merchant and give it to him. You can leave, like if you had a merchant in your team who was like, you know, level 36, you could drop him off and just lose him forever if you really wanted to. He's gonna go through and give all the key items he still has to the merchant, or ditching him. In the remakes you can actually get the merchant back, but I think you have to wait until the town's fully grown. You might even have to beat Baramos. He does warn you though, he tells you, okay, you're sure this guy's gonna retire from his journey and settle down forever? Okay, yeah, sure. And so to get the town to grow, there's a couple of plot triggers you have to beat to allow it to reach certain stages. I think it's just Boss Troll and Orochi. Besides that, you have to enter your boat to make it grow the first time, and then after that you just enter and exit the town, and wait for it to be fully grown. And then the yellow orb will be behind the merchant's throne here. The story here is that everybody's, you know, they're happy about this town that this merchant's running. It's a great town, but then the merchant gets greedy and eventually the town revolts and throws him in jail. So that is legacy of our merchant. Pull Petra back out. Now what, we going into the Necrogon? Might be buying herbs first or something. I guess using the end too if his fighter's at 20 MP. I don't know how much his fighter's MP really matters in this cave though. This cave is something else that I really don't want to do without saving the game first. Yeah, this is a very long dungeon coming up, especially with an NES encounter rate. But it's kind of a weird thing really, because this cave leads you kind of to Baramos's castle, but it's also surrounded by water, so you have to fly anyway. But there's a shrine outside that you can reach that has the silver orb in it. We're gonna need that to unlock our airship. The Crimson's doing more birds. Frost clouds. Frost clouds are kind of scary, especially before you get the Thunder Sword. Looks like 2 fire beams coming low. No, mostly. Thunder Sword will do a little bit more damage. I think they're also pretty susceptible to sleep. But the whole team's got pretty high agility right now, so if you can just kill them in a first strike, you may as well try for it. Everybody's leveling up off Frost Clouds. Yeah, if they don't damage you, 5x Frost Cloud is a pretty nice fight to get. I forgot that the volcano in this version was just a black tile. Okay. Yeah, throw the Sword of Gaia into the, I guess, volcano. Then it erupts, I guess. And this water turns into sand. Yay. Scarlet needed a break. It's not a very long cutscene. But it's also the longest cutscene. Wonder how many birds we're going for over here if we're going for 24 or 25. I feel like that's kind of the line where if he misses it at 24, I will feel bad for him. Already do, really. Missing it at 23 was unlikely. But 25, I'll just be impressed if he's still not got by kill. Trolls annoy me. I never know what to do in a fight like this. It looks so awful. Running is probably the right move. Yeah, I guess especially on NES with parrying and having a 50% chance to run first turn. Yeah, running would be the right move for that. Mini demons. I should probably stand up, and I feel like I haven't done so since I go to DQ3. I did get water at some point. It's all gone. It's Necrogon's time. Probably the end of Necrogon would be a good time for me to get up, get back in time for Baroness. Other than like specific formations, two specific enemies we want to watch out for in the Necrogon are Hologhosts and Marauders. Hologhosts have the defeat spell, as well as I believe the single target beat spell. Both of those are instant kill. And Marauders have paralysis breath. And if your whole team is paralyzed, that's also a wipe. Both of them are pretty vulnerable to Expel though. So if Pilgrim's got the Meteorite Armband, then get first shot at him with that. Let's see how this goes. I think Scarlet's got pretty good resources. Yeah, I mean 89 MP on Pilgrim feels pretty high. Level 21 Pilgrim. Hold that Marauder. And still killing birds. A little curious about the Pilgrim being dead, if that's a micro optimization just to have one fewer action per turn, or if maybe all three of these characters are going to gain the XP from this fight. Seems odd for Pilgrim to miss it though. Ooh. Are they getting bullied? Mini demons also have Blazemore. I'm sure they've cast it by now. But if they gang up on somebody with Blazemore, that's an issue. Decide if he heals or runs. Okay. I believe the mini demons also resist most of the spells you would try to cast to clear big groups of them. There's the Blazemores. Alright. Looks like he's gonna keep going. Okay. The Leaf of the World Tree. I don't know how much we've talked about Leaf of the World Tree in this marathon so far, but... Ooh, Metal Babble. It's not... No, he doesn't need this. He's killed so many extra metal slimes already. Why? There, okay. That's good. Okay. Go over there. Go to the left. Have it show up on Crimson's stream somehow. Yeah, Leaf of the World Tree and Dragon Quest. It's your consumable revival item, but they're always very rare. Some of the spin-offs you can actually purchase them, like I bought a bunch of them in Monsters 2 earlier today. But, generally you can only have one at a time. So, I mentioned the World Tree earlier. Charlotte walked over and picked up a Leaf of the World Tree from the World Tree, but if you have one in your inventory, the tree won't give you any. There's one opportunity in this game to get a second one, which is a treasure chest in Zoma's Castle. So ideally we have one in our inventory when we open that treasure chest. But other than that, we do not have access to Dollar Store Phoenix Downs. We just, one at a time. Here's the Holo Ghosts. All physical attacks, huh? Interesting, it worked. Right there where he turned south, if he kept going left, that'd be the blade armor. But I guess he doesn't want the blade armor either. Maybe he's got magic armor or something on his hero, I don't know. Three Marauders. Definitely an expel situation, right? Ooh, Scorching Breath, but it didn't hit anybody. Okay. Birds are still lining up for Crimson. So good on Scarlet's side. Pretty decent resource levels. Now we're in the point of the dungeon where lion heads get introduced. Ah yeah, they're the stop spell ones, they're not really an issue. You might also have Snow Blast. I think it's just the tier 2. But we're not worried about stop spell, that's for sure. I didn't mention this, but I'm sure Scarlet did pick up the Sword of Thunder, which is pretty early on in the Necrogon, 14 strength. Not only is it the best weapon hero or a soldier can equip right now, but also if he uses it in battle it'll cast Boom, which was why I was saying it's good to have for the large Frost Cloud fights. Firebane plus Boom will almost certainly kill all of them. Whereas 2 Firebanes was coming up a little short. Well, this is a peaceful walk. So many birds. Yeah, I figured there's really no reason why anyone would skip the Thunder Sword. There he's using it. No strength on that level. I feel like in Dragon Warrior 3 sometimes the level ups get caught in these swings where, like, instead of getting average levels, you just get huge level, nothing level. Like 20 strength, 0 strength, instead of 10 each level. Spawn and Marauder. More Marauders. He's very close to the end. The top right corner of this floor is the exit. I feel like if I stand up at the end... Okay, no, he's still in the column. Okay, how much XP? 15,000? Gonna be 2 levels for mage or just 1? Very last possible step. Scarlet finds a King Torture gun fight. And then in here, there's just a dude that gives you the silver orb. I don't know what his story is. But he's amazed that you made it this far. Surely you can defeat the Archfiend. Of course you can defeat the Archfiend. He's found 4 8x Metal Slime fights. Alright, where are we at? Spell? Ooh! That was not a spell. I don't think Twin Hits is even the only spell he's missing. Because he didn't learn anything at 21, 22, or 24. Oh no, Team Cheeto. What do you even do now? What's the backup for the backup? Again, this is a very deterring part of running single segment because, you know, if it weren't single segment, you could just save the game with 50 XP to level 21. You know, stop one Elysium bird short of level 21. And then, you know, see if you get by kill. If not, reset the game. But, because Dragon Warrior 3 is so gosh darn easy to RNG manip, playing with single segment rules. Come on, bird. I think the bird is impossible. Oh, I'm missing my chance to stand up. I'm gonna stand up real quick. I guess he has to go all the way through Baramos' castle, but yeah, I just want to stand up and stretch for like 60 seconds. I'll be back. Alright. The Crimson has moved on to Boss Troll. Scarlet the Baramos. Now the birds weren't entirely wasted because he did get the experience points on Hero and Fighter, but yeah, certainly needed to pick up Bykill as well. Yeah, so yeah, Scarlet got the Silver Orb. Like I said, that was the final orb that we needed to unlock the airship, Ramia. We picked up another World Leaf, and also made a stop at the Dragon Queen's castle, where gives you the Sphere of Light, and we'll need that for the final boss fight, but doesn't do anything until then. Hey Northrex, yeah. Error had a bit of trouble with Mildrath, Eurodras at the end of DQ5, and now Crimson is level 24 without Bykill. So, you've probably still got at least 2 hours, honestly. Means I'm gonna be up another 2 hours. Means I'm... Yeah, I saw Jair rated it a couple hours ago with about 200 viewers. And a massive PB, nice. I don't know what he was playing, but nice. Baramos' castle here has a pretty low encounter rate in it. I think we're not going for any of those chests. Not terribly unexpected. But yeah, there's monsters in here, but it's pretty normal to walk all the way to Baramos and not get more than like 2 or 3 encounters in this version of the game. There are more metal babbles in here. We saw one earlier, but it was a pretty disgusting fight. He didn't even try to fight it. FF2? They made 2 of those? I've only ever seen them play the first one. Yeah, Team Zoma, things have been going really well for. Mokopoid had a pretty clean DQ5 run. Scarlet Shadow hasn't really had any issues here. Which Error's DQ5 was going really, really well until the final boss. They were like pretty much neck and neck for the first like 80 to 85% of the run. Here comes Baramos. So Baramos is on a fixed rotation. He has 8 abilities that he cycles through. And we're going to be using Iron Eyes to skip to certain parts in his rotation that are safer than others in order to set up. He always takes 2 actions per turn, so we know exactly where Iron Eyes is going to land. And yeah, it's kind of the basic setup. He's got 100 regen per turn, and since we cast Iron Eyes... Oh, we don't cast Iron Eyes in this route. Okay. Never mind. if you do cast Iron Eyes and try to set up on the Chaos turn or the Limbo turn, then he'll be guaranteed to heal up to full, because he actually does not spawn with full HP. So, I don't know, we're Iron Eyesing, okay. But, so yeah, he'll have his full 900 HP when we're out of Iron Eyes. But yeah, you want to sap him, you want to get buy kill on everybody. And then, ideally, you put him to sleep. Unless this route tries not to do that. I think Airkix's route was trying to beat him without putting him to sleep, but it was sketchy. That didn't work. EBA, nice. Yeah, that's the only version of 2 that I've played. Aeronizing, dodging all these spells. Okay, we're going offensive. Big damage. Limbo did not hit anybody, that's very important. Yeah, they gave one of the biggest bosses in the game, Limbo, which, as I said earlier, kicks one of your characters out of the fight and sends them back to the tavern. It's much worse than if they just died. Okay, got him. Defeated Baramos, a warm light envelops the area. Okay, now we're going for this treasure chest. When you beat Baramos, random encounters completely disappear from the game until you talk to the king. So, now that there's no encounters to deal with, I'm gonna go talk to, or go pick up those 3 treasure chests. Yeah, that was first try Baramos. And Team Zoma really did not need first try Baramos, I must say. I'm afraid to click over to screen and look at what his splits look like. Eh. Except for the fact that he doesn't have buy kill. What would this difference be? 30 minutes plus like 20, 30 more, close to an hour behind. But really considering, I believe, Crimson started about 50 minutes after Scarlet. It could be worse. An hour behind when he started 50 minutes behind, yeah. Considering the stubbornness of this wizard. No, they've had some pretty... well, I guess the main thing that's been different has been how they've been grinding to get the wizard buy kill. But, yeah, also, Scarlet did a lot of safety stuff in the beginning of the run that Crimson did not do / could not do. Like, for example, the very first thing Scarlet did was make a bunch of soldiers, because on NES soldiers come with leather armor and a club, and you can sell that leather armor for quite a bit of money. But you can't do that on Famicom. All the characters just start with basic clothes. And then on top of that, Scarlet picked up like a lot of treasure chests in the early game. Did a lot more grinding, I think, and Crimson on the other side had a bit more aggressive of a start, and it was pretty much paying off. Then he lost like 10 minutes in the pyramid, and then the next real difference was the grind. Like I said, Scarlet bought a bunch of poison moth powders and jumped into Garuda Tower and fought some metal slimes up there, and then afterward fought Pongs and Elysium birds to get Bykill, whereas Crimson just went straight for the ship, less grinding, and then Kongs and Elysium birds, but was not successful in learning the spell. We've failed 4 coin flips for learning Bykill on Crimson's side, and it's not a good thing. Yeah, Baramis is not the final loss. I guess Scarlet's kind of covered a lot of ground since beating Baramis, but yeah, there's a fake ending in DQ3. This is a pretty notorious twist here in this game, which is, you know, seems like you do the normal Dragon Quest stuff. The king told you to beat Baramos, you beat Baramos, you go home. Only weird thing is Baramos didn't have a second form. And then as the king is congratulating you, there's a loud noise and lightning and all the trumpeters get zapped. And then Zoma introduces himself and the king says, you should also go kill Zoma. So then you go take your bird, you go jump in a hole, and then you're in the world of Dragon Quest 1. So yeah, Scarlet's objectives now are going to be kind of like DQ1. You're going to have to create the Rainbow Bridge by getting the Stones of Sunlight and the Staff of Rain. He's already got the Stones of Sunlight from the castle. Yeah, sailing around the world, picking up objectives. There's a lot of fights in the underworld here that are worth taking because they're just worth a lot of money. Or a lot of XP, rather. Frost Cloud's not really what I'm talking about because they're from the upper world, but a lot of the fights that I'll find like on the overworld or in the tower that's coming up worth quite a lot. Walk over to Audio for a bit. He's got a boss fight coming up here. R&D Rangers. Crimson is not finding the 8x Metal Slime fights. I think Scarlet took them all. King Murzon has a chance to drop a magic bikini, but sadly not today. It's like a 1 in 64 drop. But it's also, I think, the only item in the game that gives a fighter magic resistance. Alright, Orochi's coming up on Crimson side. Still trying to put it to sleep. Increase. This is a fight where, I don't know if I would want to do this without by kill, but what are you gonna do? Critical hit from the fighter, that certainly helps. Okay. First Orochi down. Orochi also drops the Orochi sword. Kusanagi sword. Second Orochi actually also drops Orochi sword. If you've got one, then it doesn't actually give you one. Happy 10 hours. Orochi number 2, which, as I said earlier, is exactly the same monster. Do physical attacks in the first turn. We're already going offensive on it. Oh, we put it to sleep, okay. It's breathing fire, but it'll probably be dead soon. You can hear there the treasure chest sound effect again. It's trying to give you another sword, but you already have one, so it just doesn't do anything. 5. Spell. A spell. Where's he already 20? How's the wizard hitting 25, right? Not checking though. Maybe there's a guaranteed spell at 25. What do you do if you don't have buy kill at 25? Yeah, the fact that he hasn't opened his menu to check, there must be a spell that you're guaranteed to learn at 25. Because he did learn one spell. I don't know, can you just have a wizard for the rest of the run? Is that valid? We're out of bosses to fight. Next boss is Baramos. He's kind of just moving forward as if he had everything. Let me just ditch the wizard, see ya. Get a new wizard. Make a new wizard. That one's defective. He's picking up the merchant so we can go do the merchant town stuff. Back to Scarlet's audio. Scarlet's about to buy the Sword of Kings here. So, in addition to Rainbow Drop stuff, there's a medal called Oricon in Hawksness. If you pick it up and you sell it to the item shop here, and then stay at the inn, you will forge the Sword of Kings. Oh, okay, first order chief, I get it for him. And Sword of Kings. I'll take one, please. Technically, if you have 70,000 gold on you, you can buy more than one, but only the hero can equip it. Going to Coal Tower. Ooh. Hologhost and 2 Cragicles is not a nice fight. The Cragicles have a lot of HP and regeneration. They're really obnoxious to fight. But having a Hologhost buddy... No, I probably would have considered something like Increase and Expel the Hologhost. I don't know. 50% chance of running away first try is also really appealing. Fiona's. This is a pretty good fight to find, because the Sword of Kings, if it rolls decent damage, will just kill all of them. Unfortunately, the Sword of Kings uses the spell Infirmost, and all of the wind spells just have notoriously laughable damage ranges. So, you saw it hit for 70, you saw it hit for over 100. I don't know the exact damage range, but it's something like 70 to 120. I know that the Infirmore spell, Tier 2 in Dragon Warrior 4, has a wider range than its base value. It's a base of 25 and a range of 30. Alright, let's open up all this Dark World XP. Just send some of this over to that wizard. $60 to $120, okay. Yeah, there's a 63. I'm going into the Necrogon. Metal Babbles, send those over to the Necrogon. You may think it takes a lot of restraint to go for the Winged Demon over the Metal Babble, but the Winged Demon has Heal Us, so you don't want to hit the Babble 3 times and then it gets healed. If you have any Poison Moth Powder at this point, that's like you could actually throw it at the Winged Demon. And then maybe it'll kill the Babble, maybe it'll heal you, but it's pretty, the Moth Powder is pretty effective on the Winged Demons. Hey, it's 5 Frost Clouds. Level 25 Wizard should be able to do something about 5 Frost Clouds. Yeah, you cast Boom. Somebody should follow up with Firebane or the Sword of, or rather the Staff of Thunder to finish him. 3 Leonas. Nothing but Leonas in Coal Tower. Tower of Rubus. Oh yeah, these little diamonds that you see on Scarlet's side, when you step on those, your controls are rotated. They're really not annoying, because once you figure out how to adapt to it, it's just pretty simple walking through them. They're a thing. That applies to all Dragon Quest games I'm aware of, Northrax, but specifically 1, 2, 3, and 4. Maybe I shouldn't say I know that for 2, but I know it's true for 1, 3, and 4, so I'm sure it's true for 2. There's just literally 2 tables of numbers, and you know, player characters look at one table, monsters look at the other. Scarlet just picked up the Armor of Radiance, the legendary armor. Goes well with the sword. So, in addition to giving spell resist, I think to everything, maybe not Ice Breath. The Armor of Radiance also restores 1 HP per step, gives a ton of defense power. And everyone's asleep. More Frost Cloud. I believe he stop-spelled the Vile Shadows, so they're not really a huge threat, though. Okay, I say that, and they punch out the fighter. Okay, well... Oh, but it's fine. He's killed so many metal slimes that he's got Vivify. Okay. Unstoppable. Agi Wyverns, Bewildered. Crimson has finally made it into the Necrogon. Quite a few random encounters outside of it, slowing him down. He'll be picking up his Thunder Sword shortly. It's funny that Crimson has the highest level character between the two of them. That should not be the case, but it is. Yeah, like you can't, there's no way you can fight Baramos without Bykill. So I think after he gets the Silver Orb, he just has to grind again. I think he's probably just hoping for a Metal Babble in here or something. Or maybe it just feels terrible continuing to kill birds for after doing it for an hour. That's definitely valid. I'm gonna be really curious what Crimson's time is gonna be defeating Baramos. Because when I looked at his splits 10 minutes ago, it really didn't seem like he had lost as much time on Scarlet as expected. Top floor. This floor's got a lot of babbles and Magi Wyverns. And apparently a bear. I don't know who let the bear in the tower. Did it climb the stairs? Oh no. Monsters are being so nice to him. Failed to run 3 times and didn't lose anybody. I don't think it was in danger of fully wiping there though. This Pilgrim's got more than enough magic to fully recover. Alright. Scarlet has reached the top of the tower and use the fairy flute to wake up Rubus. That's how we get the Rubus charm, which is the Erdrick's token from DQ1. And then the only remaining item, he has to go sail to the south to get the Staff of Rain and Rainbow Drop and head into the final dungeon. Message I just sent made any sense. 5 more hours. Hello.
I may not have heard you.
Nope. Yeah, do you hear me?
Okay, yeah, we're good. Okay.
No.
Okay. Hello everybody, yes, on stream. I'm Vaxshard. I'm hopping in here. I will be joining you. I'll be handling commentary for Dragon Quest 4 coming up, but stop in and say hello to Calnus and watch the end of these runs as well.
Yeah, a couple questions in chat. The reason they're both parrying is because if you parry and then back up and pick a different command, you still take half damage for the whole turn. And another one that got auto-modded, but there are a couple of differences in between Japanese and English. The main one we saw at the start was that you get more equipment and resources at the beginning because Scarlet was able to make a bunch of soldiers that each started with a leather armor, but the Famicom version, you don't get that. You just get a care package from the king at the beginning, and all the individual characters just start with clothes. But there's some other balance changes as well that help out, and then obviously text is different. Outside of battle, the Japanese text is a little faster. Find her down again.
Seem like Team Shido has had some pretty atrocious luck so far.
Yeah.
Crimson's still not picking up Bykill.
Yeah, for sure. Yeah, it was going really, really well until about the end of DQ5. Then Error had a combination of mistakes and bad luck on final boss, and then Crimson had a little bad luck in the pyramid, maybe lost like 10 minutes there. But then, yeah, the real problem in DQ3 is Bykill.
Yeah, that 50% chance, there's just not too much you can do about that. So I'm not sure what Crimson is going to do at this point. He may just... I don't think he's going to take the time to re-level a fighter at this point. He may just try to run... I know he has a whole bunch of backup strats planned, so he may just try running with the wizard all the way. At this point.
Yeah, I've been wondering what's the next backup since like level 24, so...
Just because at this point it does take so much experience to get one more level just for another 50% roll. I think I don't have his notes on hand at the moment, but I think his plan was that if he doesn't get it by this point, he's just going to run all the way because you'll get a few more levels naturally, and hope that he gets the buy kill at that point. Whatever point he gets it, that's, you know, just gonna run with that wizard.
Yeah, I'm just wondering because he's pretty much out of things to do other than go fight Baramos, and I don't know if you want to fight Baramos without Vikill.
Yeah, that's a point. Yeah, I guess we'll see. I imagine he can pull out one more level here before getting there, just picking up random encounters along the way, get to 26. If he gets the roll at 26, then, you know, run with that, and if not, then we'll see, I suppose. I think we can definitely see why they put a cap on the learning level in Dragon Quest IV.
Yeah, for sure.
There's a no. Yes, that's the level. You get a spell. You got a spell. I can't recall if there is one that's guaranteed to learn at 26. There.
I think that was Ice Spears.
Oh, no. I don't think so. I think that was Ice Spears. Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh dear, this is an issue. No, yep, there it is. No by kill. I feel like an argument could maybe be made for having a cap in the category rules, and if you don't get it by level such and such, say, okay, you can safety save and scum it out at this level.
Yeah.
That is rough. And of course, it's, you know, it's like the old, you know, the gambler's fallacy. You know, that just because you haven't learned it for 6 levels doesn't guarantee you're going to learn it on the next one. It's still a 50-50.
Looks like it's something like 16,000 XP per level around this point.
Yeah, it really scales up quickly. And just no really easy way other than, you know, like Metal Babbles or something.
One lonely archmage over here. Otter's on Crimson side, paralyzed 2 of his guys. Oh, he actually had a full moon nerve on him. Something must have dropped that. Or maybe he bought it for safety here, I guess.
I would imagine he bought it as a backup.
Yeah. Uh-oh.
generally been pretty good about having, knowing all the backups, having the backups, especially for a category like this. Rainbow drop animation.
It's nothing but double boss troll over there. Scarlet's entering Sherlock here, pretty much exactly 5 hours into their run. Pretty good pace for this route. Coming up here on the top floor of Sherlock Castle, there's a couple of forced fights here against Granite Titans. These statues that Scarlet's walking past are about to come alive and attack. Not these though.
Titans that say you will have to defeat us first, thus giving away their weak point.
Yeah. And the fairy flute casts sleep for free, so he's trying to put him to sleep, and by killing Hero. Limbo is also pretty effective on him, but if the Limbo fails, he'll just kill him with physical damage. And make 3 of these fights back to back. Two sets down.
I will say that while I've not done a lot of, I have done a lot of looking at the details of the Dragon Quest III implementation. I'm not all that familiar with most of the run because when I ran it, I was running the true any percent, the glitched manipulation route, and so the parts of the game I know are up to Knave and then this and then Zoma's castle.
Yeah.
These Granite Titans I have a good deal of familiarity with.
It looks like Crimson's sending the solo wizard through Lancel. Seems a little desperate, but...
Well, you know, any bit of experience you can get at this point.
Yeah.
You know, I would have to assume he's trying to get as much as he can naturally without stopping to farm. But yeah, as you were saying, I can't imagine. I don't really see how one could, you know, beat Baramos and then Zoma without By-Kill. That's a really tough ask. Having ice spears is, as we can see, a very good help.
Yeah, Northrexi's 26 without By-Kill, so he's missed 6 coin flips.
Which, as we know, will happen once every 64 runs on average. It's one of those things you think it can never happen, but, you know, enough people do enough runs, you will see it.
Yeah, exactly. The room Scarlet's in is kind of silly with all these rotating tiles. It's actually just kind of a gimmick that you can just hold up and walk straight through the room.
Yep.
So if you know how the tiles work, you can get through with fewer steps and fewer fights. But
yeah, remember a funny thing I found when I was routing the any percent route, manipulated route, was that yes, if you wanted, you could do the shorter route, but you still need the same number of steps to manipulate the RNG, and it ends up being slower because of the extra menu you have to do if you take fewer steps. And so going up actually was the correct solution for any percent manipulated.
Well, Crimson's getting close to 27. This website's accurate. It's about 5,000 XP off. 2/3 of the way there from 26. So it is all adding up.
Bit by bit.
Crimson is still tied for highest level character.
Probably not in the way Crimson would have wanted it.
Yeah. Alright, well, Scarlet's coming up on a special fight over here. Our father that we've been looking for the whole time is over here, and he's fighting a monster. I should cheer him on.
For Crimson's sake, I hope he really puts in the work.
One Ortea and one King Hydra appears. He's getting big hits in. He's beating the regeneration. And then he yields and lost all of his progress.
Here comes the heal. This is probably pretty typical of how the Ortega fight goes.
Oh no, he's defeated.
Well, there he goes. Poor Dad.
Crimson's flying off toward Baramos' castle. Maybe looking for metal babbles in the castle. Or maybe the, back end of Necrogon. Makes sense too. Dancing Jewel. That's not helpful. Two points of experience. Alright. Wizard's on his way. It is so weird seeing somebody with Vivify in Dragon Quest 3. He's had it for 2 levels. Which team's winning? The Team Zoma's winning on the right. Scarlet's gonna be approaching the final boss gauntlet here in a couple of minutes. Here's that wizard ring. And Crimson on the left needs to... Wizard needs to figure out the by-kill spell, then fight Baramos, and then they've got about an hour to the end of DQ3. But Crimson also started this run 50 minutes after Scarlet started, so it's, like I've been saying, not as big of a time difference as I expected from how much trouble he's had with the wizard.
Well, in fairness, he's still progressing the he's still progressing the scenario, and he did, he does have, I'm sure, know all the backup strats, and each individual one I don't think loses a lot of time. You don't have buy kill, so you have to take an extra turn or two here or there. But there's so much of the run from that point up to Baramos is just a lot of walking around, fetch quests, that sort of thing, and so I feel like there's not a lot of time to lose, even if you don't get the buy kill. It's only when you get to this point, if you don't have it, then you do have to start grinding, and that's where the time loss might come in. Fingers crossed he gets to the 27.
A couple treasure chests to pick up here. There's a Sage's Stone, Leaf of the World Tree, and another Wizard Ring. Sage's Stone is pretty much going to get used every turn from here on out. It casts a area healing spell on us, and combined with the parry fight bug, it's extremely strong. Okay, 27.
Trust.
Learned something. I don't know. Didn't see what it was, but it's still going.
I did not see it.
Something else on page 2.
I want to say I just overlooked it, but I didn't. I don't think I saw buy kill in that list.
Yeah, he's fighting more lions, so...
And he's fighting more, so yeah. I think at this point, yes, it is just grind until buy kill talks. Yeah. At least the encounters here do give decent experience, and you can kill them pretty quickly. Well, that is rough, yes.
Like the next level is 132,000, so about 17k away. Baramos isn't gonna know what hits him by the time we get there, because all these other characters are gonna be level 25. Alright, so Scarlet's entering the boss gauntlet here. So there's going to be 4 boss fights in a row. King Hydra, Baramos Gomus, Baramos Gonus, and then Zoma. For the most part, they're kind of straightforward. You use the Sage's Stone every turn, you zap some of them, use buy kill. They don't last too long. He's going for birds. Coincidence? Okay. King Hydra is sapped. Oh, he had his fighter that used to be the wizard, had him use Rob Magic on the hero because fighters can't use the wizard ring. So that gave the fighter a little more magic to work with. Baramos Bomus. Bomus doesn't have too much HP, but he can cast a lot of nasty spells. But with parry fighting, he's not too bad.
These levels, I don't think it's going to be too risky, but definitely because he has the 1 or 2 turn or 1 or 2 action turn. And if he decides to keep casting exploded at you, it's going to hurt.
Yeah. Okay, fighter eliminated. So the next boss is going to be Baramos Gonus, who is a zombie form of Baramos, I suppose. It's more like a dragon, I don't know. But he doesn't have any defense power by default, so we can skip snapping him. And also no agility either, so the turn order is completely consistent in this fight. Fighter leeching a little more magic from here on. If Scarlet's hero does not level up here, then yeah, so Crimson is going to have the highest level character between these two runs. He's going for 28, and Scarlet has not hit 28. Yeah, Zoma's here, so a gimmick with the Zoma fight is that he's weak to healing magic, kind of like Final Fantasy Undead, but there's a bug with herbs where if you throw an herb at him, it pulls the range, the healing or damage range from an invalid address, and it just can potentially damage him for 255. So he's gonna have a couple of his characters throwing herbs after he uses the Sphere of Light here. Oh, I'm a little late, but flashing light warning, sorry. Somebody who's bothered by flashing lights, I should be more proactive with that.
Of course, it's always hard to tell how flashing lights are going to end up showing up on the stream too.
Yeah, depending on the capture
There's
frequency.
so many different factors go with frame rate.
Yeah, it didn't seem to really be fully flashing on my OBS, but I don't know if that's how it came through on the stream.
Yeah, it was not too bad. Yeah, just a hard 30 FPS flash for I think it's like 12 seconds. But sometimes, depending on the capture, depending on how Twitch is doing that day, and depending on all sorts of things, you may not actually get the full effect. And it looks like that time we got a much tamer edition of it.
Okay. I didn't notice any giant herb rolls. Maybe I missed one, but Hero was swinging for like 200. So,
Yeah, there was a 240 earlier as well.
Yeah, so that was a really good run from Scarlet. That's on his timer. He's going a 5:25 right now.
Yeah, that's a solid time.
Oh, Crimson hit 28, but I did not see what happened.
I was focused on Scarlet as well.
Yeah. I want to believe that he wouldn't be reviving everybody if he were just going to go kill more birds.
That's true. Yeah, I imagine he wouldn't leave one dead if he's going to go back into the grind. So hopefully, maybe, finally has Vikill. He might catch it next time he pulls up the spell list. He really has equipment purchasing, so perhaps.
Okay, so that's it for Scarlet. We'll work on adding Linda Nushi in here and we get DW4 started. I think Crimson's probably in Baramus Castle, but fighting Stonemen?
He is in Barrel's Castle, yeah. I have to assume he would not be here if he hadn't gotten by a kill, so.
I don't know, he's
28.
spending money, he's spending MP.
Brutal RNG.
I looked and I don't think he has Bicycle. I think he's just going without it.
Oh my. I guess we'll find out soon, but yeah, I guess at some point just have to give it a shot. And in fairness, he does have considerably more levels than one would normally, so maybe that will make up the difference.
He's such a high level, I think he's got bounce. He is actually casting that. Maybe that'll contribute some damage.
Oh, that will do it then. Yeah, I don't see Bicycle there. Oh my. Backups for the backups. Moved on to Dragon Quest IV, Dragon Warrior 4 on Team Zoma's side. Starting off, getting right underway with Linda running for Team Zoma. Chapter 1, the Dragon Warrior 4, of course, a 5-chapter game. Expanded quite a bit from in terms of size in previous games. But Chapter 1, we are playing Ragnar, soldier from the Kingdom of Berlin. Interesting thing to note it's true of all of the NES era games, is that many of the names have been changed a lot in what I think are good ways to make them more of a reasonable for an English audience. Ragnar's name in the Japanese version was Ryan, which to a Japanese player is a foreign sounding, sounds like a name that a hero from a European country might have. But to an English player is just the guy across the street. They kind of nodded to that, I believe, in more recent remakes by calling him Ragnar McRyan. I'm not sure they had to go that far. I think Ragnar is a perfectly good name for the English version. Ragnar McRyan, yeah. In any case, Ragnar or Ryan or whatever you choose to call him is here. He's been sent out on a mission to find out why children are going missing in this country. So he's... we're already a little bit into the chapter here. There's quite a bit of questing before we actually make our proper search. We are currently bringing a lady from the castle out to the town of Izmit.
やべえきつそうだな。
To try and resolve a mystery. Why her husband is behaving strangely, and from there, plot things will develop. But in the speedrun, from the speedrun point of view, we are currently going to set up, pick up a little bit of setup for Ragnar here. Get some herbs because, of course, Ragnar is a fighter, doesn't have any heal spells. Scarlet, yes, Crimson, it seems, did not pick up buy kill at all after level 28. Excuse me a moment. Already had some environmental noise there, and I hope that didn't come through, but just in case. Yes, anyways, Scarlet, he tried Baramos without buy kill and could not make it through. So yeah, honestly I'm not sure what his plan is from this point. That is 8 failed 50% rolls. It's a 1 in 256, you know. We like to think those can never happen, but you know, enough people run enough times. You know, 1 in every 256 runs on average. That's how probability works. So just got to see what his plan is from here. Yeah, we just gotta roll with the punches, as they say. So on Team Zoma's side, we have Ragnar doing our first proper dungeon dive here. Discovering that the... Oh, did you, Scarlet? Level 30 no buy kill. They do happen. Yeah, it's, you know, I've looked at the code. I know it is a 50% roll, but every now and then those runs do happen. Yeah, fingers crossed that Crimson can nonetheless manage to pull this out. So, on Team Zoma's side, Ragnar is diving into this cave where the children have been reported going to play and then going missing. And this is going to lead us to the Chapter 1's proper dungeon. Chapter 1 is very short, by the way. It's, you know, it is essentially this one cave and then the tower dungeon to come. We will end at the chapter probably at level 7. We'll see how far, you know, where Linda decides to make the dive to the boss. Here we have coming up with Healy here. And one notable thing about Dragon Quest IV is all the NPC characters we can come up with. NPC characters actually have a couple of interesting effects on the game that we'll encounter later. At this point, it is just Healy is our, you know, heal source aside from herbs. Now we will be taking a death here. This is intentional, just a quick way out of the cave. We had 2 goals in that cave. One was to find the shoes that will warp us to the tower, and that is how the children have all gone missing. They've been tempted into putting these shoes on, sent to the tower, and captured. So now we are going to deliberately do that, and we see jumping right into the tower there, and the poor child having been sneakily captured. But the other goal was to pick up Healy, because Ragnar, of course, has to attack, and if he spends all his turns using herbs on himself, we're not going to get anywhere. So Healy is our heal source, our main heal source. His AI is decent. It's pretty simple, and we can actually work with that because we know what HP lines we will need to ensure that Healy does heal us, or know when he will not. And actually knowing that is another big part of of doing this run. AI, of course, when it was released, this game was famous for its Chapter 5 AI, where you only control the hero's actions, and the game chooses for your other party members, and that has a lot of interesting aspects to it, which I'll talk more about when we get to Chapter 5. But here, it is actually fairly easy to work with. And so we are now into the tower proper. We're going to grind Ragnar up. We're going to pick up a couple of chests along the way as well. We, in particular, are going to grab the Sword of Malice, which is going to be Ragnar's weapon of choice here. It's the strongest weapon we can get in Chapter 1. And actually for quite a while. It's a very good sword for Ragnar. I'm going to pick it up right over here. Unfortunately, we do have a dead Healy, which means we will probably need to well, maybe we'll get the death warp here. That Great Bantam is not being cooperative. But okay, we do want to pick up this chest. Yeah, we're going to. Essentially, we've done all of the story part of Chapter 1 except for the boss, and now we have to. We're gonna have to just grind up to our target level. So, yeah, it's a quirk. You do have to understand it in the context of when the game was released. And I will talk more about the AI, because they tried really hard, and just a couple of unfortunate mistakes led it to be a lot worse than it could have been. But yes, it is. If you're coming at it from a modern standpoint, it's understandable that you kind of just be dissuaded from playing this version. Nonetheless, it is still we can still work around it, and it is still a very interesting run in many respects. So, but that is Chapter 5 only, and until then, there's still plenty of stuff to look at. So. Setting up again, as I mentioned, Ragnar needs to be level 6 or 7, depending on stats. Stats are slightly randomized, as in, I'm not sure about the most recent, but definitely pretty much all of the series stats are randomized, unlike a lot of other RPGs where you have fixed level ups. And so we're going to be looking at the stats we get. If Ragnar gets some really good HP, and mainly HP is what we're looking for. If Ragnar gets really good HP, we might be able to dive at level 6. If he gets really bad HP, I don't think I've ever seen anyone going to level 8, but sometimes the randomness can just be very strange. So, Crimson only on Team Shido's side, taking a second shot at Baramos. Hopefully we'll get through. Definitely want to see that come to completion, and Crimson, of course, has put in a huge amount of effort in the Famicom Dragon Quest in particular. He knows these games in and out, and I'm sure he will find some way to get through. So fingers crossed that will go well. And in the meantime, on Team Zoma's side, Linda has once again gotten back into the tower. Healy is once again alive, and we are going to push our way up to level 6. It's not a huge amount really to talk about at this point. It's one of the classic RPG grind where you just sit around fighting the monsters. There's not too much to worry about here. We saw a moment ago the birds, the great bantams, will put you to sleep. They can be dangerous, but other than that, we have the Sword of Malice, so we have a good attack power for our low level, and we can pick up get through fights pretty easily. One thing also to mention, there is a healing pad, as we call it, in the basement floor. So when as Reno makes their way back down to the ground floor, there is access to a free heal. I don't think it's a revive, which is probably why they had to go back to town, but free heal that we're making use of to keep mainly to keep Healy's MP topped up, because of course Healy is a party member even if they're an NPC, and have to watch out for their MP. I can never. I think those were Oswards in this version of the game. I can never remember what some of them were called, because they definitely came up with some interesting choices. But again, I may find a moment when we have a little bit more leeway to talk about that, because it really is an interesting topic, localization. But Meanwhile, on Crimson's side, we are going through Baramos. Once again, Baramos has is a full rotation. Going to try and make our buff and debuff on the save turn. So Crimson will have a certain point in that cycle where, you know, this is the turn where we want to do a bit of setup because we can survive the damage that comes out, and then use Iron Eyes to avoid the next turns that come after that, especially the Limbo turn, because you do not want somebody getting sent back. Try and get things set up. Try and get the sleep off. Hope Baramos stays asleep long enough to put out enough damage to get the kill. Yeah, the pixies, they do cast speed up to boost their agility, but they don't do a whole lot of damage at this point, and so it is not a great risk for Ragnar, even if the pixies do act first. Mostly, aside from the Bantam, the Bantam's the only one that Linda's really going to be watching out for here, and everything else is just fight the encounters until Ragnar's high enough level. Hey, boy. Doing my best. We get a 200. Oh, nice. So we are getting some solid damage on Baramos then. Thank you for keeping an eye on that, Scarlet. That's 78, 93. Surviving the turn, which is the important part. On Crimson, we know you can pull through this. Nice! GG's. Go Crimson. Yep. You know, Crimson, you know, I've talked with Crimson a lot in Discord as well. I know just how much research he's done, just how much effort he's put into learning these games, learning the ins and outs, learning every possible thing. He's actually sent a number of questions to me asking some very specific details that I wasn't aware of, and I've looked at this game a lot myself. But it is good to see, even with every bit of RNG going against Crimson, still managing to pull out the Baramos kill. And yeah, and there are possibly still a couple more levels before we get down to Zoma as well, so a couple more chances to get that bye kill before we hit Zoma. But yeah, good to see. Good to see. So yeah, on Linda's side, we have Ragnar's level 6. I'm guessing that probably gonna aim for getting level 7 on the way down. I was focusing on Crimson and see how far into level 6 Linda has gotten, but I'm presuming random agility seed drop. There's an interesting thing. Unfortunately, we don't really need agility, and at this particular point, so that is just going to get dropped on the floor. Crimson going in to report on success and discovering that a certain somebody in the sky doesn't like trumpeters. Can't account for taste. So yeah, we see Linda here stopping at the stairway to farm another encounter, presumably just before level 7. So take that encounter. I do want to call out, by the way, Linda's a Japanese runner, very talented Japanese runner, and is running the English version. And I love seeing how we've had so much kind of cross-pollination, as it were. Japanese runners running the English versions, English runners running Japanese versions. It's been really interesting to see the strat differences between the two communities as well as the runs come together. But yeah, here we are going into the boss. So chapter 1 boss, Sorrow's Shadow and the Eyeball. The Eyeball is a fun one. So the Eyeball has a lot of tricks up its sleeve. So first thing, it can surprise defend. It has a sneak defend option. We're going to hope that we get 3 hits on it before it changes, and I think it changed expression. So we have to really hope for some good damage rolls here. So what happens is the eyeball, if the eyeball gets too low in HP, it essentially enrages, as we call it in modern terms. And unfortunately, that did not work out. Because what happens when it enrages, first off, it recovers to 30 HP. So it enrages around 15, it recovers to 30, which is kind of cheating. And then what it does is its normal attack turns into a crit or miss. So sometimes it will miss, but sometimes it will crit for, I believe it's 10 times normal damage. Now, its normal damage isn't a lot, but 10 times that, it will, we're talking 15, 20 damage, and it does that twice a turn. So if it enrages, you're probably going to wipe. What we hope to happen is that we get off Ragnar's 3rd hit before it can enrage. There's not a huge chance of doing that, or before it starts killing people off. And unfortunately, that did not happen. We wiped, and we're going to have to go again. That's just how Chapter 1 goes in this game. Fortunately, it's not too much effort to get back to the tower. We do have to fly up there. We do have to walk back down. But we are level 7. We do have, and of course we do still have the healing pad as well in case Healy does need to use MP on the way. So it is a fairly quick. It's the sort of thing that you probably wouldn't worry about it except in a PB attempt. Now that said, much like the by-kill situation that Crimson just had to go through, people can get stuck right here. If the eyeball decides it's not going to be nice, you can get stuck here for 10 minutes, 20 minutes, 30 minutes. But we're going to hope that, it would make for a better race, but for Linda's sake, we hope that this goes smoothly pretty quickly. Once the eyeball is down, the fight becomes a lot more predictable. Sara's Shadow will do a fair amount of damage, but as long as we get the eyeball down quickly enough, and especially if Healy can survive for a couple of turns past the eyeball, we will be in good shape. Scarlet Shadow, thanks for pointing that out. That Crimson did an extra pickup before dropping down to Alefgard. Sword of Illusion is a sword, kind of like the Sword of Lethargy can cast the sleep spell. Sword of Illusion can cast the confuse chaos, I believe it is in this version. Chaos spell to confuse enemies, which yes, especially the Kragicals, which are really annoying enemies on the ocean. We hope we don't encounter any at all, but we probably will. And so having that option just adds to safety, and as mentioned a lot, safety is paramount in a single segment run, because I guess there is still the Sword of Kings that we have to purchase, so we're not totally out of the woods yet. Speaking of the Kragicals, there they are. If we can get past them without too many difficulties, because we've had plenty of difficulties already. Oh, these are tentacles? Okay. The second tier, okay. It's not looking close enough because I was checking over on Linda's side, and just in time to see another eyeball enrage. And we see at this point so on the first death they would have come back, because you can save the progress, save the level 7 that they got on the way down. But beyond that, it's faster to just reset, because this is not a single segment run. This is just an ordinary glitchless but ordinary run, and so they've got the safety save. They'll just go ahead and reset that and head straight back to the tower. So again, this is kind of what Chapter 1 can do in Dragon Quest 4. And as a runner, you just have to live with it. Because you have so few options at this point, Ragnar is so low level. You don't have any other characters to depend on. You really just have to roll the dice and see what happens. And if they don't come up in your favor, you just go again. So meanwhile, Crimson made his way down to Alfgard and making prompt progress along that path. Alfgard is fairly straightforward once you know what to do. A lot of it, a lot of the time playing casually is actually spent just going around to places, learning about, or being reminded if you played Dragon Quest 1 long ago and forgot all of the details, where you need to go. But once you know where it is, you just pick up you get Stone of Sunlight from Tantegel, you get the Staff of Rain, all of those, and create your rainbow drop and get on your way. Of course, stopping in Kol for the Fairy Flute and eventually the Sword of Kings once we drop off our Oricon, as they call it in this version, because Orichalcum doesn't fit in NES era character limitations. I do want to shout out the localization effort on this the NES versions of these games, because they put a lot more effort into these than honestly a lot of modern developers do. Even just having two-line names. You'll notice if you look at the Japanese characters item menus for the instant Crimson has them up, item names are just one line in the Japanese version. I believe it's actually a seven character limitation. That was expanded to, I believe, 12. Forget whether it's 10 or 12 characters per line times 2 lines in the English version. They had to completely rewrite the text logic, the text program for the English version, and they spent the effort to do that because the result is better. It's more readable. It's more enjoyable. Unfortunately, Orichalcum, I guess they just didn't want to hyphenate it because, well, hyphenation, especially in the NES era where a hyphen is really wide, doesn't look all that great. So we can forgive it, and it is just Oricon in this version. But we've turned in the Oricon, we've slept, we've come back, and are going to pick up the Sword of Kings on Crimson's side. Does another dive into the tower on Team Zoma's side. And again, it is purely roll the dice, see what you can get. There's not really a lot of benefit you can get even from taking another level. If you were to go to level, even 8 is kind of iffy. You would have to be level 9 to really be confident that you could survive an extra hit, either from the Enraged Eyeball or from Sorrow's Shadow. And it's in a speedrun context, it is not worth the time. On average, you will get it. You will get the kill at level 7 faster than you would spend the time you would spend to get to level 9. So you might as well just roll the dice, and that is what Linda will be doing here. And as viewers, we hope that the dice come up in our favor, in Linda's favor, soon. Localization. So I will, just to give a bit of my own background, I've done work in game localization in the past. I've worked on a number of fairly high-profile games as well, and it is there's so many factors that go into thinking about it. Obviously, technical limitations are one. They're not as big a limitation as they were in the NES days, because nowadays you can squish or stretch text as you need to. You don't have the fixed 8x8 character size limitations, all of those things. You have a lot more memory to work with, etc., etc. but there are so many things. Just going back to the Ragnar versus Ryan case that I mentioned back at the beginning, how our character's name in the Japanese version was Ryan, and the localizer said Ryan is kind of an ordinary name to an English speaker, whereas it was intended to be more of a fantastical name, in the sense of something that belongs in a fantasy world. To a Japanese player, Ryan does sound like that. To an English player, it does not. And so it is, as a localization decision, I would argue, and in fact, this is also the way we thought about it on the projects that I worked on. It is better to change the name, even though it is not a literal translation, because the result gives the player the same experience as it would in the original language. And I just really like that they spent the effort on these games. I do remember playing these as a kid myself. I was really impressed at how good, even not knowing that it came from Japan, I was really impressed at how well the text was written. And then when I learned it was originally a Japanese game, and I saw some other games that came from Japan and were not translated or localized as well, I said, oh wow, that was a really good job they did. Yeah, it's a good point, Ultima, that FF6 is the same, where Tina, again, the character we know as Terra in English, her name in Japanese was Tina, and again, Tina is not a native Japanese name. It is something that would sound foreign, exotic to a Japanese player, but to an English player, it's just, the lady across the street. And we want a little bit more of a unique name for our character in this particular world, and so I believe it was Ted Woolsey who was in charge of that, who made a number of people who had, definitely some decisions Ted Woolsey made that were questionable, but there were others he made that were brilliant, and obviously, of course, he also had to work within the number of restrictions that these days we do not. But Tina to Terra is another good localization example. It's a case that you want to give the same experience to the player, not the literal same word. Words are just sounds. It's the meaning that's important, and localization is all about transferring the meaning, not the sounds. So that spiel said, I've done my rant for the day. We're going to go back and see that Linda is making good progress. We got the eyeball down, Healy's still alive, and I spent so much time ranting that actually Linda has gotten Sorrow's Shadow down. So GG, that's chapter 1 done. We just have to go back and report. But yes, that's Dragon Quest IV Chapter 1 in a nutshell. Everything can go wrong for 5 minutes, 10 minutes, 15 minutes, and then all of a sudden, it just goes swimmingly. And you're out of the chapter and ready to go on to some more interesting, greater character counts, shall we say. Legitimately more interesting parts of the game. It's Chapter 1. To be fair, Chapter 1 is kind of a tutorial chapter. I don't know if it was intended that way, but definitely, if we analyzed it in a modern sense, I think you would definitely call this the tutorial chapter. Teaching you how the game works, teaching you about the basic commands, the fact that you could have an NPC helper that will make decisions on their own, etc., etc. And then Chapter 2 is where we start getting into the real, you have decisions to make. What armor do you get? What weapons do you get? How do you divide your physical and magic attacks, etc., etc. So Crimson almost falling off there. Gotta be careful of those. I imagine exhausted after that ordeal that the game has put him through, but nonetheless safely making his way across the bridge there. Meanwhile, on Team Zoma's side, we got the cutscene. Is that is running? I hope the stream has not gotten stuck. Okay, there we go. Thank you, Countess. Yeah, I do hope nothing untoward has happened there.
Yeah, it looked like Linda's stream went down briefly. Like they're moving again.
Okay. Just wanted to make sure. Looks good. And heading into port to the king. All is well. And we get a reward, and the reward, in fact, is a farewell gift of experience. So considerably more experience than we actually gained over the entire chapter. We do have to sit through these level ups, but we will be leveling Ragnar quite a bit later as well, so we would have had to do this at some point or another. And we just sit through them, page through these, and it'll be the end of the chapter. One thing they did not bring over from the Japanese Famicom release is they had some pretty fancy chapter headers. It's kind of unfortunate, but if they didn't have the artists to draw appropriate things for the NES version, then maybe that was a choice they had to make. But anyway, we are now into chapter 2. That's a fair point, Ultima, that time constraints. Of course, same is true of the Dragon Quest games as well. Some of them were made under very, very tight schedules by modern standards, and nonetheless, some of them came out pretty well, as we can see. We are now into chapter 2 on Team Zoma's side. Our lead character is Princess Alina, who has gotten tired of castle life and seeks adventure. Talk to our good companions who encourage us to do the right thing and stay here. But we're going to go ahead and head out anyway, because the people who are supposed to do castle repairs here apparently didn't do a very good job. So we're just going to kick them all down and get out. Goodbye. Nice friendly little cat there. Sorry, friendly cat, you can't come with us. However, we don't get very far before our companions, Christo and Bray, discover we are missing and come along with us. So we now have a proper party. Alina is a fighter character. Like the fighter from Dragon Quest III, she actually gets a critical hit bonus. As her level goes up, her critical hit rate also increases, and we'll be making good use of that later on. While Christo is the healer of the party, and Bray is magic user, traditional magic wizard class. And we are going to take those three and make our way out. So these Kesko's hoppers are kind of it's only 2, so it's not too bad. We can get a lot of those on screen at once. They're kind of an interesting enemy. It's an interesting feature they added in. Actually, I guess there were a couple of enemies that had done that in previous games, but there are several specifically in Dragon Quest IV that can focus attacks. And those hoppers, those grasshoppers, are one of those. Which will all gang up, generally speaking, gang up on a single character. And although they only do a small amount of damage at once, 6 of them attacking in a single turn is going to cause problems. And so that's the kind of encounter that you usually want to run from at this point in the game. Also, they only give 1 experience each, so not really worth the time to fight. compared to all the other options we have here. Yeah, we're going to make our way over to the next major town, which is Tempe, and do a bit of grinding here. This will not be too long of a grind, we hope, going for roughly level 3 to 4, and these Minon or Minon enemies are kind of interesting. They have very high defense power. Unfortunately, we don't have a good way to deal with it at this point. However, Bray does have, as I said, magic user can hit them with magic, and since magic ignores defense in this, in fact, I think in most Dragon Quest games, a much easier way to take him out. They also, get along our path. The Minons do not give a lot of experience, but they do give us a lot of gold, which is one reason we will want to fight them when we can. Yeah, bagworms. There were some... Speaking of localization, there were definitely some choices made, shall we say, in the DS re-releases. There have been a number of changes to the Dragon Quest localizations over the years. One of the big ones, of course, in the NES Dragon Warrior games and Dragon Warrior 7 as well, the spell names followed a particular pattern. We have the Blaze More, Blaze Most. Did we finally get By-Kill on Crimson's side, level 29? It looks like we did. Oh my goodness. At long last. That was 2 spells that Crimson got there. I think that would imply getting By-Kill. But we'll see next time I opens the menu. I'm sure if it is By-Kill, I'm sure he must be hugely relieved. But yeah, speaking of By-Kill, that's another case of, I was just talking about the spell name changes. That one actually is a fairly close copy of the original. The Japanese is By-Kilt. But in general, the Japanese names followed a sort of onomatopoeia style. So, for example, the spells which of these games call Blaze, Blaze More, Blaze Most, were in the Japanese versions Meta or Medami, which are kind of reflective of a sound of a flame. So the Japanese language uses a lot of onomatopoeia, and the meta word or sound or whatever you want to call it is typically associated with flame. So instead of the word blaze, it is more like the sound of a blaze. And so in that sense, the change that they made in Dragon Quest VIII to use names like, I believe it's Frizz and Frizzle, that is a much closer localization to the original intent of the Japanese. And so from that point of view, I think it's a good change. I think it's a change that needed to be made. But as someone who grew up on the NES versions of the Dragon Warrior games, and just knew Blaze More, Beat, Defeat, Inferno's Infermost, for example, those names have a strong nostalgia value to me, and so for me personally, it's very difficult to separate that and to accept the new names as better. But such is the world of localization. And I do think that rather than stick with poor choices because they are historical, I think it was the right choice to go ahead and change the localization, and so everyone that comes and plays it from this point on can enjoy Frizz, Oomful instead of By-Kill, for example. And those of us who grew up on the old era, you know, well, 50 years from now we won't be around anymore. So anyway, while talking about all of that, it's like Linda has gone all the way into the, was that in fact the chameleon? No, it wasn't. Okay, I was going to say, yes, I saw the dog and said, wait a minute, are we in the chameleon humanoid fight already? But no, we are not. That was just an ordinary rabbit hound. One of the random encounters we can get, but we looks like we are getting close to our target levels, and we should be going into the next boss fairly soon. So one thing we learn in this town. Are we there? Okay, we're not quite there yet, but I'll go ahead and preview the story. Is that there is a town that's been forced to make sacrifices. Okay, there, confirmation from Crimson that yes, we did get by kill at level 29. Finally, thank goodness. So yeah, Crimson is in good shape. Yes. To confirm in chat, there's no way that Crimson is going to go back and change class at this point, because again, in Dragon Quest 3, when you change class, you go back to level 1, and you know, even though you retain half of your stats, that won't be enough to fight Zoma and the boss rush, and so Crimson is just going to go with the wizard all the way down, and you know, just have to adjust the strats for that. But we have buy kill, which is the important part. It will give we can still use that to boost our damage output, and I'm sure Crimson will have it under control at this point. So that is great to see. As Crimson heads into Zoma's castle. This might be, no, not quite. I think we're looking for levels 4, 4, 3 on Linda's side, so just need another level on Christo there. And while both of them do that, I am going to grab a quick drink of water. Okay, so we ended up getting Christo and Bray both leveling at the same time, so we're going in at 4, 4, 4, but that is fine too, I'm sure. One extra encounter. We're going to go ahead and fight it anyway. As I mentioned earlier, these Minons are fairly good gold. We now have Sap as well, and so that counters their high defense. Sap in this game just sets an enemy's defense power to 0. Ooh, did we get a Babel? Nice. Yeah, it sets the enemy's defense to 0, so it's whatever defense they had nullifies it. The fact that Sap sets your defense to 0 is something that will come into play in Chapter 3 as well. We'll see about that when we get there. But here it is helpful for us, as we can just take those Minons out pretty quickly, get a reward, and head out to see the boss. So as I was saying, we have a sacrifice issue going on here, and we're going to try and solve that by destroying the monster that is demanding the sacrifices. They made a really good attempt to preserve a pun in the Japanese here. Unfortunately, I don't think this particular one was warranted. I'll touch on that again after the boss fight, but we have the chameleon humanoid coming up here. This is a fairly safe fight as long as they don't gang up on Christo turn 1. Christo is going to increase will boost our defense power. Bray dropping out the saps. In this game, in most of the Dragon Quest games, at least in this era, I'm not sure about the most recent ones, at least in this era, buffs are permanent. Bray goes down. It's not actually a problem because Bray, Bray has done most of what he will need for the moment. We'll be getting some levels later, but for the moment, this is fine. Once we have a few increases up, since buffs do not expire, we'll be pretty safe. We just have to take down these the two rabbit hounds on the side, and then the chameleon humanoid. Chameleon humanoid does have high agility, but high enough that in fact we can just assume that he's going to go first and heal around that. You can see he's not actually doing a lot of damage to us at this point. Again, at this point we see not even bother. Well, Krista ran out of MP, but just keep attacking and it goes down pretty quickly. So guaranteed drop there in the life force nuts. Life force nuts. So a lot of the Dragon Quest games have these nut or seed items which give you stat boosts. Life Force Nuts are the HP boost for this game. They award a random amount for the Life Force Nuts. It's 4 to 6. Depending on how stat growth goes, we may see Linda trying to save scum those numbers for the get guaranteed 6s. Likewise, we will probably see save scumming for agility seeds later on, because agility also impacts your defense power. And we'll be needing a certain amount of defense later on. Crimson Titan making short work of those Granite Titans. Very quickly moving through. I'm sure at this point is fully confident in the rest of the run. We'll just watch that go straight on through. Yes, the pun I mentioned earlier touches on another localization issue. So in this era, Nintendo was very sensitive to things like religious topics. For example, in the Japanese version, all of the save places, what are called houses of healing in Dragon Warrior, were just straight up churches, places of worship. And so when you talk to a priest, and it's in fact a priest of the church, he uses religious phrases, and one of the words that he uses in his standard greeting also has the same word has a meaning of, or homonym I should say, has the meaning of box. And as you saw, they put you in a box to take you as the quote-unquote sacrifice to the enemy, and so the Japanese makes a cute little pun on those two words. Unfortunately, that pun, as most puns, does not translate at all. They tried to reflect, they changed it to, I believe, please don't litter the litter, which was a good effort, but I feel like probably was not necessary. It's one of those things where you just... Sometimes I think it is just best to accept that some things don't translate, and go on your way. But that is, it's an interesting thing. We will see more effects, by the way, of that Nintendo's. I don't want to call it censorship. They had good reasons for thinking the way they did, but these days that is probably how people would see it. Nintendo's censorship of those topics later on as well. But yes, Linda making it safely through the fight there, and going to get on our way already over to the town of Frenor. It's going to be kind of our base for the next little part of Chapter 2 here. So we do have we are going to be doing a bit more grinding. We kind of get, especially at this point where you don't have any good grind sources, we do a lot of small grinds as we go along to each part. And I imagine the game was designed along players just casually exploring, seeing a lot more of the world before they went on and investigated the next town or the next mystery. And and since of course in the speedrun we don't do that, you know, we just have to sit around and grind a bit. Yeah. Yes, Cyberventure, it is a memorable line to be sure. And as you know, as you can tell from my quoting of it, it's stuck in my mind as well. It's, you know, it's one of those things where yes, it did stick around, but was it the best decision they could have made? I don't know. It may have been one of those things where again, they might have been able to come up with something good, but they were probably also working under very strict time constraints. Back in the NES, even up to the Super NES era, developers didn't allocate a lot of time to development or localization. And so under the time pressure they had, maybe they said, well, this is the best thing we can think of on short notice, we'll put it in, if somebody comes up with a better idea, let me know. And nobody ever did, because they were all busy working on other things. Yeah, it's one of, again, it is a thing where I think if it was developed under, you know, modern development schedules, probably could have come up with something better, but you know, for its day, it's good enough. And as you say, it does stick in the mind. So, yeah. Crimson all the way down on basement floor 3 of Zoma's castle, making its way down to the fateful Ortega fight. You know, cross our fingers that Ortega submits meekly in this edition. Oh dear, unfortunate death there. Sword, of course, very dangerous. Hope that Expelled comes off. Stream froze for a moment there, but we are fine. But yeah. So we make our way over to Frenor on not looking good for Crimson there. Sometimes these, I mean, the swords are dangerous. This just RNG can happen to anyone. Like is often said in Dragon Quest speedruns, a triple run fail is just a wipe. Nothing you can do about it. So yeah, just straight up wiping and returning. So that is nothing you can really do about that. That is just the dice rolling against you. It's unfortunate, obviously. He's gonna have to dive again, but yeah, that is Dragon Quest speedrunning. That is the Dragon Quest game. So have to spend a little bit longer. Of course, going to grab an extra leaf here. Yeah. So again, I honestly forget. I think he's going to have to do the Granite Titan again as well. I don't think this game saved. I know it doesn't save the boss rush state, so I'm pretty sure it will not save the Granite Titans, and it's going to be a bit of a walk. But given everything else that has gone on in this run, you know, it's almost par for the course at this point. So the adversary, just I guess for anyone else that's come in recently is wondering why the big difference between the two teams comes down to a couple of things. So Dragon Quest V, the first run in the game, was very close, right up to the end. Team Pseudo had a couple of problems on the final boss. Did not go quite as hoped. And so that took a couple of extra attempts. That cost, I think, around 15 minutes. Then Crimson had some of the worst luck I have seen in a Dragon Quest speedrun. So this category that was run for Dragon Quest III, it's called the single segment run, forbids resetting. And what that means is that for things that happen randomly, such as learning spells, for spells that are learned randomly, you can't save right before a level up and reset until you get it. You have to take whatever the RNG gives you and run with it. One of the things that we need to learn or that we want to learn in the speedrun for Dragon Quest III is the By-Kill spell, which doubles damage output for a character. It's learned starting from level 21 on the wizard, but only 50% chance at every level, and there is no cap. And Crimson hit that no cap case. Went, I believe, all the way to level 28, and still did not get it. Had to do 2 attempts at Baramos, because doing that fight without By-Kill is very difficult. Nonetheless, made it through. So shout out to Crimson for that. But the delay from that, there was a couple of Scarlet Shadow mentioned a couple of pyramid deaths as well, but really it was just all of the extra time that Crimson had to spend trying to get By-Kill, and then using backup strats, which of course are going to be slower, to work around not having it, just cost a large amount of time, and so that is why. On Team Zoma, we are already into Chapter 2 of Dragon Quest IV, while we are still in the final dungeon of Dragon Quest III on Team Shido's side. But again, as I was mentioning, sometimes the RNG rolls against you. If you get a triple run fail in pretty much any Dragon Quest game, it is a wipe. But other than that, Crimson, I'm sure, has this in hand, knows exactly what he plans to do for the remainder of the run. And we will just see that out. The horror story, yeah. And by the way, Dragon Quest IV also has some spells that have a 50% learning chance, but they added a cap, happily. And so if you don't learn a 50% chance spell at one level, you're guaranteed to learn it at the next one. So fortunately they did that, but in Dragon Quest III, again, in this single segment category, you just have to roll with the punches, and the punches for Crimson today were pretty rough. So that is to say. So Crimson is in the last dungeon, as I mentioned, just has to get down through. It is from this ground floor is 4 dungeon floors below this into the final boss rush, and as long as we don't get another triple run fail, we should be fine. Especially with the extra levels Crimson has had to get, so just have to keep an eye on that, and I will of course call it out when he does get down there. And I'm sure those will go very smoothly as well, because again, he's got a bunch of extra levels compared to where one would normally be in the speedrun. So on going back to Dragon Quest IV, Team Zoma's side, we got to the town of Frenor, found ourselves a fake princess, and we're trying to free her from the thieves. So what happened here is a couple of scoundrels heard about the princess of Santime. This country, the country this Alina's from is called Santime. Heard about Santime's princess escaping, decided they could make use of that. So they got themselves a fake princess, and are basically trying to scam people. So Alina says, "I'm not going to stand for that. I was going to find the golden bracelet that they demand. She bring them and expose them as the frauds they are." So actually, we have just gone and it looks like fetch that fake royalty. Who would ever? And now we have a particular party set up, and I've been waiting to actually call this out, so it's good to see that we have it now. We'll notice the party order: Alina, Bray, Christo, and Bray is dead. So this triggers an interesting bug in this game, which we call the coffin block bug. We call it coffin block because, again, localization issue. The original Dragon Quest games, when dead characters are walking around in your party, they show up as coffin sprites on the world map. Nintendo didn't like that. They said change it to something else, and so in Dragon Warrior games, they are ghosts. You see the little ghost walking around there at the end of the party. That's Bray. But the original, they are coffins, and so we call it the coffin block bug. But whenever like we have now, whenever there's a dead character who is not in the last position, the character who is in the last position cannot be hit by certain physical attacks. Dragon Quest IV has an interesting system of targeting for enemies, where most enemies, not all, but most enemies, when they're choosing a target for normal attacks, weight their target toward the front of the party. It's a fairly standard RPG thing, especially these days. You kind of assume that somebody towards the front of the party is more likely to be hit. That was not always the case, but they added that in this Dragon Quest IV here. But there's a slight bug in it, such that when the game goes to choose who to target, it doesn't quite handle the case of a dead character correctly. So what happens is it sees there are two living characters in the party. Okay, I need to use my table of what are my random probabilities for having a two-character party. It may choose to target the front person, in which case the front person takes damage as usual. Or it may say, okay, I rolled for the lower probability second person. I'm going to target the second person because there are two people alive in this party. But it doesn't go back and see that actually it was the third person who's alive. The enemy tries to target the second person, fails because they're dead. Target reverts to the first person, and so the first person ends up being the one who takes all the attacks. What all that ends up meaning is Christo can't take physical hits in this configuration. So he is blocked from taking any. He will still get hit by spells, but most physical attacks cannot hit Christo right now. So Christo, we say, is coffin blocked. We're going to use that a lot throughout the run because it just adds a lot of safety. We have Christo does not have a lot of defense power. He is a priest. He is, a healing magic user, but a magic user nonetheless. Is going to be fairly weak to physical attacks. So we use the coffin block to protect him and make sure that he can keep Alina's HP up. So essentially, pretty much any time going forward, if we're in battle here, you see somebody in the middle of the party is dead, that's intentional and it is protecting the person at the end of the line. There's something to keep an eye out for as we go forward. We'll probably be seeing a lot of this orange text for that reason as well. That's just how the run goes. Yes, we have. I believe we'll be heading down for the bazaar at this point. And by the way, I should also call out that between explaining the run and also trying to keep track of both of Crimson's status as well, and when that switches over to Dragon Quest IV, I will of course be following their progress in 4. I may miss things. Please, if I miss something that happens, call it out in chat. There's just one of me. I'll do the best that I can. But if I miss something, by all means, call it out. So that's again Crimson making his way down to the 4th basement floor here. Going to check in on our friend, and actually, I will actually focus on Crimson's stream for a moment here because if you remember what Ortega looked like in when we just saw on Team Zoma a little while ago now, we had Ortega, our fancy dad, his blue armor, bravely fighting against the King Hydra. Makes an interesting comparison to what happened in the Dragon Quest version, the Famicom version, which we will be seeing in just a moment as soon as Crimson gets through this fight. unfortunate death there, but should have Vivify for this. I would hope we'll find out. Oh yeah, he's using the Wizard's Ring there for, yes, Vivify, and first try Vivify. Always love to see it. This is, by the way, on Linda's side, Team Zoma's side, this is the Bazaar. We're just stopping here to do a bit of shopping, and going to proceed onward. Haven't landed the first try Vivify in years. Yep, I definitely get that feeling. Here's the 3 Swordoids. Fingers crossed that these Swordoids are slightly... Ah, they are more cooperative. Excellent to see. That is what you want to see in a Swordoid fight. Triple expel. And here we are now. Let's take a look at our friend Ortega. Masked Ortega steps up to the plate. So this is a side effect of the limited memory. I saw a comment earlier about limited memory in the NES era. Dragon Quest 3, the Japanese version, they only had half as much memory space as they did when they made the English release. They didn't have room for fancy Ortega graphics, and so they just reused this one. Just a recolored Berserker sprite. He does look a bit different, doesn't he? But yes, there's. I will say when I first got Dragon Quest 3 for the Famicom, I'd just come to Japan. I do live in Japan, by the way, just as background. I just got into Japan. I wanted to try the Famicom versions of the games. Picked up Dragon Quest 3, I turned on the power, and all you get when you turn on the power in Dragon Quest 3 is a black screen, the words Dragon Quest 3, and then a title menu, the Create a New Adventure Log menu. And I thought I had somehow come across a beta version, a test cartridge, instead of the real game. But they didn't even have enough memory for a title screen in Dragon Quest 3 in the Famicom version. That is how tightly they had to pack the game, and that is why Ortega has this something that would make you ask for a paternity test type of sprite, rather than the sprite that we see in the English version. And it's all about all of the tricks that they had to do to try and fit the game into the tiny amount of memory they had in those days. I believe Dragon Quest 3 was I forget if it's 128 or 256 kilobyte. I think it's 256. But you would never think of trying to make anything in a quarter of a megabyte these days. But that is, that's, I think you're right, Adversary. 3 was 256. 3 was 256 in Japan, 512 in the US, and then 4 was 512 on both sides. But even, that just goes to show, even the largest NES games, the largest Famicom games, were only half a megabyte in size. That's all the memory they had to work with. They had to squeeze everything into that tiny space. And so a lot of the development times, I'm sure, spent on saying, okay, have to squeeze out a few more bytes here, a few more bytes there, to make the game that we want to make within these restrictions. And I think they did a pretty good job, to be honest. Even if sometimes you have a kind of, you have Dad in kind of an odd get-up every once in a while. But, be that as it may, past the Ortega fight, looks like it didn't go too badly. As we saw at Scarlet Shadow, that fight can go on for a very long time. It can also end in 2 turns, which is what we do in the manipulated route. Ortega, regrettably, can never win. It's mathematically impossible for Ortega to win that fight. His fate was sealed before he ever started. Sad times. But Crimson will continue onward, pick up the Sage's Stone, the second World Tree Leaf, and enter the final boss rush. On Team Zombicide Chapter 2 still in progress. We've solved the we've sent the fake royalty packing. We are now making our way down. We learned that there is a tournament upcoming in the castle town of Endor, and Alina, of course, wants to prove herself. And so that is going to be our ultimate goal for this chapter, is to get to Endor and win that tournament. And in order to do that, we need a few more levels, because we can't see the level because Alina is poisoned, but probably level 8, just like Christo. And that's not going to cut it. We're going to want to be roughly level 11, again, depending on stats. Because stat gains are randomized in this game, you have to look and see what you get. If you get really good strength gains, you might be able to win the tournament at level 10. I think I saw somebody trying to do it at level 9. I think might be theoretically possible. But if you get really bad stat gains, you might have to go all the way to level 12, which of course takes that much more grinding, and so you don't want to have to do that. But at this point, we are mainly going to be grinding. We also have an issue at home, because we're going to find out that Dad's in trouble. Alina's dad, that is. Well, Ortega was in trouble too. Dad's just not having a good time in these games. Unfortunate. And to prepare for that, we are picking up an item called the Birdsong Nectar. I think Linda may already have gotten that. I was paying closer attention to Crimson, so may have missed it. But if not, we'll be heading down to get that, and that will be kind of our last real tower, or real dungeon that we do before the tournament, and then it will just be grinding. Fair. Cyberventure, that's fair. So there are actually a couple of different grinds that runners can do in Chapter 2 here, and we'll see what Linda chooses to do. There's the classic metal slime grind, which kind of everybody knows them from Dragon Quest. If you get 2 metal slimes, Alina will be will hit level 11, and then you can look at your stats and say, okay, this is enough, or well, I need a third. However, you do have to rely on getting that metal slime, and obviously that's not guaranteed to get it in the first place, or even if you do get it, to get the kill. So there's potentially a lot of variance. Last step encounter for Crimson there, right before the stairway. Those are always frustrating. But this is not a particularly dangerous encounter. I hope I haven't jinxed it there. Don't want a commentator curse. Oh, by the way, go ahead and mention the reset on Team Zombicide. This is going to be saves coming for the seed. Looking for an agility seed gain of 3. And the reason we want that is because agility 1 is not what we're looking for. Agility affects your defense power in this game. Believe it is 2 agility points to 1 defense power, and 2 defense power to 1 point of damage reduction. If I remember, there are 2 or 4, I can't remember offhand. And I did a lot of study on this. I'm getting rusty. But anyway, we do want our agility to be as high. Defense attack agility plus gear. That was my thought. Was it? No, it's damage is half attack minus quarter defense. So yeah, we are looking. So essentially, we want to get our agility to our defense to a certain multiple of 4. And every 2 agility gets you 1 defense, and so for that reason, if we use 2 agility seeds, gain 6 agility from them. That guarantees 1 damage point reduction and might get us a second depending on our gains and gear. But even 1 point of damage reduction for the upcoming tournament is going to be very, very large, and so we absolutely want to get the 3 from the agility seed, and we will reset here as often as we need. Looks like we did get the 3 there, but then we got 1 from the strength seed, so now we're going to be resetting on that. So it ends up being faster to save scum these than to go for another level, which is why we go ahead and say, okay, we're just going to go ahead and save scum. Crimson, meanwhile, making real short work of the boss rush here, already through Baramos Bomus. Baramos Bomus was Baramos Bros, by the way. Baramos' brother, so to speak, as in Super Mario Bros. And Baramos Gonus is Baramos Zombie, which honestly I think is a more appropriate name to the sprite. But like with Don't Litter the Litter, Baramos Gonus is a pretty memorable name, so I can't fault that aspect of it. Gonus has, as Kanos was mentioning it when Scarlet Shadow fought it earlier, Gonus has 0 agility, 0 defense. It is just a pile of bones, but it's a very strong pile of bones, and so you do have to have the defense to absorb that incoming damage, but I'm sure Crimson has it all in hand, especially with the levels that we have. Will not be a problem, and it's just a matter of pushing through the HP. One of the higher HP settings for bosses here. Push through that, and I'll go ahead and call out now, just because it's a good time to do it. There will be I don't know how it will show up on the stream, but there will be a lot of flashing when we get into the Zoma fight and Crimson uses the Sphere of Light. So for those of you for whom that's an issue, do what you need to do. And I will call out again when the flashing is done. But that's Baramos Gonus down, and we're going to go straight in and do check for heals if we need it. It looks like we don't need any. We're going to go straight into the Zoma fight. Zoma again, very high HP, has the regen as well, but we now have By-Kill, and we should be all set. Sphere of Light's coming out now. This is required to essentially internally changes Zoma to a different form. The flashing is done, by the way. On my side, it looks like the flashing didn't show too badly on the stream. It can be pretty bad depending on how the stream goes. It can be pretty bad if you're watching it in person. But that was just a thing of the era. But that is done, and we are making our way through true Zoma, so to speak. Zoma with the Cloak of Darkness removed. I do tend to wonder if they mixed up the sprite colors. I feel like this should be the Zoma with his Darkness Cloak on, and the other one should be Zoma with the cloak removed, but it is what it is, and this is the final form of Zoma that we need to defeat. The recovering 100 HP per turn, but I'm sure at this point, especially with By-Kill, we are putting out more than that. Throwing herbs at it. As Calnus mentioned, there's a fun little bug with herbs. It's intended that they should deal damage. It's not intended that they should deal 255 damage, but they do. Sometimes. It was an oversight. They have a specific list for this specific fight. They encoded how much damage each healing spell should do to Zoma. They forgot to add an entry for the herbs, and so the herb, when you use an herb, it just pulls data from some other part of memory, and the numbers you get can go anywhere from, I think, it's like 190 to 255, or 0 to 70 or 80. Somewhere in here. It's most of 0 to 255 minus something in the middle of the range. But you can get 255, you can get 0, in which case it shows up as a miss, which actually I don't think it shows any text at all. It just says you use the herb and then nothing happens. But that is Zoma down. GG to Crimson, pushing through that absolutely horrible RNG, nonetheless completing the run. Well done. Solid performance. See the ground break underneath, and the heroes are dumped into the what will in later days become known as the Cave of Erdrick. It's always funny. I remember the first time I played this as a kid and walked out here and realized where I was walking out from. It's like, oh, so that's how it all connects. Yeah, it's really good. I love how they tied these three games together. Something, there's a lot of things that Dragon Quest did that were, obviously it's one of the first computer RPGs period, but they were really unique and transcending. So great series. Anyway, GDs to Crimson, well played. Finish that up, and we will be transitioning there to Northrex on Team Shido's Dragon Quest IV run very shortly. Meanwhile, on Team Zoma's side, Lena at level 9. It looks like Linda is going to be using a more natural grind, if you will. Rather than aim for metal slimes, just take encounters as they come, and get the slightly slower but steady progress. Which is one interesting thing that I have actually noticed as I've watched Japanese runners who do actually do a lot of these races among themselves, and we've had some community races between the Japanese and English communities as well. That the Japanese runners definitely have they keep in mind the fact that they are running in a race, and they adjust their strategies based on that. Definitely have race routes versus PB routes, and even within a race route, if they see that they are falling behind, they will adjust and use more, aggressive strats. If they see that they are ahead, they may use safer strats just to make sure they maintain their lead. And it's just really interesting to see that kind of, not just blindly doing your own thing, but keeping the state of the race in mind as well, and adjusting on the fly is just a thing that I think is neat to see. That I don't know whether that is a deliberate choice on Lina's part, or they'd always intended to use this to take this route for the sake of the marathon. But it does look like they're heading down to the Birdsong Nectar Tower now. We'll be going in there shortly. But yes, looks like they will just be doing a progressive grind, shall we say, just taking the encounters as they come, instead of trying to run from most encounters as you do for large parts of the run, just fighting each encounter, taking the experience gains from those and using those to get the levels. Which again it's slightly slower because each encounter takes time, but it is a more steady bit of progress. That is an interesting point about running the games in order, in chronological order. And in fact, there is the Japanese community has a race, a kind of relay race category which does that, and also includes 11 as well. So you can actually get that kind of full experience of the story of Erdrick, as it were. They're both valid. It's always interesting when you have games like series like this, where games come out. You start with a game, and then you have a prequel to it, and then a sequel to it, and then a prequel to the sequel, and say what order is the best one to play it in. And there's kind of arguments both ways, because of course, while the story may take one path, the games will have learned. Like later games will learn from mistakes made in the earlier ones, and so sometimes if you play the one that's chronologically earlier in the story, followed by one that's chronologically later, you feel the gameplay going backwards and say, oh, this isn't very fun. And so you kind of have to take that into account too. It's there's no one right answer. They're good arguments to be made both ways, but it's definitely an interesting point to bring up. Thank you. But yes, anyway, once again, GG's to Crimson. Northrex will be coming up very shortly on Team Shido's side. So good luck to Northrex as well. I'm sure it's going to have a lot more fun to see on both sides. There are so many things that can happen in a Dragon Quest IV run, and we may well see some of them. So, excuse me for just a moment. I will admit that though I am occasionally called on to commentate for these Dragon Quest games, and I enjoy doing it, it is not something that I am especially skilled at, and my voice does get tired out fairly quickly. So I will continue doing the best I can as we progress onward here. Again, this is a bit of a slower point in Chapter 2 because again we do have to get up to that. Level, 11-ish target, depending on stats. In this case, rather, as I mentioned, since Linda is taking the encounters as they come, it's the progress in terms of scenario is a bit slower than it would be otherwise. So we slowly making the way up the tower. The goal in this tower, as I mentioned, well, there's two goals. I'm probably going to come in here twice. One of them is the bird song nectar, and that's a story item that comes into play later on in the chapter. GG's once again, we see to be continued on Team Shido's side. That is the official signal that the run is over, and we will be switching to Northrex. Good luck, Northrex.